Chapter 389. In the Blood River, there were many ferocious beasts that had not yet been tamed. Among them, there was no lack of wild beasts and a small number of Void Refinement Realm ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts seemed to have been raised as blood fiends, and were rather ferocious. In the past, when the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace came to the Blood River, even with the protection of the Kuei Bull, there would definitely be quite a number of fights. But today, as they entered the Blood River, not a single beast attacked them. Everyone was secretly surprised. Of course, they did not know that it was because Ning Fan had released a trace of his ancestral blood aura. The demon race valued bloodline, and this batch of ferocious beasts had not been tamed yet, so they would not defend the dragon-deciding valley and attack all invading enemies. After sensing Ning Fan's bloodline aura force, they naturally did not want to act recklessly. It was just like how Ming Kei, the little girl, had calmly traversed the Dark Sparrow's grave in the past despite having a low cultivation base. When she was conscious, no demon dared to provoke her. Why would I suddenly think of that little girl? Ning Fan shook his head with a smile. He had probably long regarded the little girl as his younger sister. Biscuit Master. Biscuit Brother. Pill Biscuit, it should be Pill Biscuit. Ning Fan shook his head. Until now, he still could not distinguish these things. The Kuei Nyo crossed the Blood River, flew over thousands of mountains, and landed in a valley. The valley had a perimeter of 10,000 li. Within it was a deep pool that was blood-red and translucent. It was the Blood Dragon Pool. Being so close to the blood pool, the Blood Dragon Demon sword in Ning Fan's storage pouch trembled even more violently. He was deep in thought. This Blood Dragon Pool was somewhat similar to the Black Dragon Pool. This pool was probably a secret place of the Blood Dragon clan. Is there really a Blood Dragon in the Dragon-deciding Valley? Just as Ning Fan was deep in thought, the sounds of intense battle suddenly resounded in the sky, waves of boundless magic power clashed against each other, causing the earth within 1,000,000 miles to tremble violently. Every time they collided, mountains and rivers would collapse. High up in the sky, a gigantic blood dragon shadow with a golden lamp in its mouth was fighting against Yun Tian. Yun Jinghong was watching from the side. The golden lamp magic treasure was quite unique. Wherever the flame of the lamp shrouded, no golden light could penetrate. As for the blood dragon, its combat strength was almost at the peak of the second layer of the void fragmentation realm. Blood dragon. And this dragon is actually... Ning Fan's eyes widened. The truth was just as he had expected. There was a true dragon hidden in this dragon-deciding valley. However, what Ning Fan did not expect was that the blood dragon was actually the master of the dragon-determining valley, Chu Chang'an. Oh. It turns out that great devil Lord Zhou is so ignorant and ill-informed. The true body of the void fragmentation realm master of our Serene Heaven Palace, Sovereign Chu, is a blood dragon. Even though this matter has yet to be spread out, many experts in the Rain Palace are well aware of it. Yu Chong-er gently approached him and teased him. He really did not know that Chu Chang'an was the blood dragon. In the Rain Palace, there were a total of 11 void fragmentation realm experts. Among them, the Rain Sovereign's position was the highest. There were 4 great void fragmentation realm experts under the Rain Sovereign. All of them were figures of the previous generations. Below the 4 great void fragmentation realm experts, there were another 7 great divine children. All of them were trained by the Rain Palace to attain the void fragmentation realm. Unfortunately, the 4th divine child was killed by Yun Tianjue with a single sword strike not long after he attained the void fragmentation realm. Old Man Chu was one of the 4 great void fragmentation realm experts. Yu Chong-er's master was also one of them. There was one thing that Ning Fan could not understand. If old Chu is a blood dragon, he would naturally be a member of the demon race. As a member of the demon race, he shouldn't have joined the Rain Palace. Why was he still able to become the palace master of the Rain Palace? On the other hand, Ning Fan understood the other question. When he first met Chu Changhen, he already felt that he was a void fragmentation realm fire cultivator. Why didn't the Rain Palace directly send Old Man Chu there to nurture a void fragmentation realm fire cultivator and recruit him instead? At this moment, Ning Fan finally understood that it was because Old Man Chu was a member of the Blood Dragon clan. He was a demon and a member of a foreign race. Those who are not of the same race will certainly have different intentions. I'm afraid the Rain Sovereign does not trust this person at all. May I ask Miss Chong, how did Old Man Chu enter the Rain Palace? Sovereign Chu is the demon pet of the previous Rain Sovereign. Before Yu Chong could say anything, Yu Bai sent Ning Fan a telepathic message with an obscure expression. Demon pets did not sound nice. Of course, he could not say it in public. As soon as Yu Bai finished speaking, he raised his head and watched the battle between a human and a dragon without saying anything. The other divine transformation realm experts had the same feeling. They were carefully savoring the battle between void fragmentation realm experts in the sky, trying to comprehend something from it. Ning Fan understood them tacitly and did not ask any more questions. He just stared at the Blood Dragon thoughtfully. Old Man Chu was a member of the Blood Dragon clan. However, his bloodline was a little inferior. It was only at the true grade and was far from the royal grade. However, his innate talent should be quite good. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan placed his palm on his storage pouch and his mind raced. His Blood Dragon demon sword was made from the dragon bone of a heavenly demon blood dragon. Heavenly demons were true immortals among the demon race. Naturally, they were not to be underestimated. If this sword is refined by Old Man Chu, it should not be difficult for him to advance his bloodline to the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan made a plan. He wanted to use this blood sword to rope in Old Man Chu and make him his fighter. All of these were, of course, prepared for the battle of the ancient heavenly court. Moksha Sovereign would eventually go to the Sword World to eliminate the old devil. However, before that, he would first go to the ancient heavenly court and eliminate the old devil on his way back. Ning Fan's plan was to eliminate Moksha Sovereign in the heavenly court. Naturally, the more void fragmentation realm fighters he had, the better. It was unknown how many people Wei Xian could invite. It was also unknown whether the rogue devil could successfully control him. Ning Fan's cultivation base when he ascended to the ancient heavenly court was also unknown. It was necessary to rope in void fragmentation realm experts. Ning Fan had to rely on his own hands to find some void fragmentation realm experts to help him. The value of this blood sword should be enough to exchange for Old Man Chu's help. However, there is a problem. Currently, I don't have the strength to negotiate with Old Man Chu at all. He is a void fragmentation realm expert. If he knows that I have the blood sword, why would he need to agree to my request? He can just rob me directly. How am I going to keep the blood sword? Senior Yun might be able to protect me for a while, but he can't protect me forever. In this case, even though it is possible to rope Old Man Chu in, now is not the right time to do so. Ning Fan's eyes gradually calmed down. Without equal strength, he would not have the right to negotiate. Fortunately, there were still more than 60 years before the opening of the ancient heavenly court. In the remaining 60 years, Ning Fan might not be able to break through to the void fragmentation realm, but it should not be difficult to find other void fragmentation realm fighters. As long as I bring Mei Chen out of the demon sinister forest in the future, she would be a void fragmentation realm helper. If Luo Yu of the profound Yin world regains her primordial spirit power, she might also become a void fragmentation realm helper. When Ning Fan has a void fragmentation realm foundation by his side, he would certainly succeed in negotiating with Old Man Chu. There are still 60 years, Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. The battle in the sky had already been decided. Bang that I and the intense collisions, the blood dragon was gradually losing to Yun Tianjue. The reason why he could fight to this stage was because Yun Tianjue did not use any sword techniques from the beginning to the end. He just held his giant sword and slashed horizontally. The blood dragon's breathing gradually became heavier. His eyes were filled with emotion. He extinguished the lamp and dispersed his dragon body, turning back into the body of a red-haired old man with a bitter smile. As expected of the white-robed sword god. I heard that you defeated Jian Huang with a single sword attack when you were only at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in the past. At first, I didn't believe it. Now, it seems like you have already regained your strength at the fourth heavenly layer. Your Tao of sword is so strong that you can even fight against a fifth heavenly layer cultivator. It's not surprising that you defeated Jian Huang. Thank you for letting me win. Yun Tianjue kept his sword and descended. Old Man Chu also descended. Both of them were calm and indifferent. They were not obsessed with the outcome of the battle. Yun Jinghong was the only one who looked defeated. Yesterday, he was still arrogant towards Yun Tianjue. Today, he did not even have the courage to face him. In the Rain Palace, other than the Rain Sovereign himself, who else could defeat a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert without using magic techniques? Yun Tianjue defeated Chu Chang and with just a few casual sword attacks. If he wanted to, he could instantly kill Chu Chang and with a single sword attack. He could even kill a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert instantly, let alone Yun Jinghong who was at the first heavenly layer. Yun Jinghong's forehead was filled with cold sweat. His strength was not on the same level as Yun Tianjue at all. Yun Tianjue has broken through the Sin Seal. Now, I'm afraid even my father won't be able to suppress him anymore. It's fortunate that he can't remember what happened in the past. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my second brother and I would end up like my fourth brother, getting killed by him with a single sword attack. The Divine Transformation Realm experts of the Serene Heaven Palace got off the Kuei Nyo one by one and greeted the three Void Fragmentation Realm experts. Ning Fan also greeted the three Void Fragmentation Realm experts. His eyes lingered on Old Man Chu for a few times but he did not say anything in the end. You guys arrived 2 hours earlier than me. Old Man Chu's expression was a little unnatural. Originally, he wanted to fight against Yun Tianjue while the juniors were not around. However, he did not expect that the juniors would arrive so quickly. His appearance when he was defeated by Yun Tianjue had already been seen by these juniors. His prestige had been greatly damaged. In reply to Emperor Chu's words. Normally, we would encounter demon beasts after crossing the Blood River and it would take us at least 4 hours to reach this place. However, today's situation was special. There were actually no demon beasts in the Blood River that could stop us from advancing. Therefore, it only took us 2 hours to get here. Yu Bai replied. Oh. They weren't attacked by the demon beasts. This is a little strange. That group of demon beasts has yet to be tamed. They would bite anyone they see. Old Man Chu's eyes swept across Kuei Nyo and the other Divine Transformation Realm experts. He shook his head as he could not figure it out. However, when his eyes fell on Ning Fan, he vaguely felt a sense of intimacy. However, he did not think too much about it. Why are 4 people missing? Seventh Prince, why didn't the 4 revered elders that you brought with you come? Don't they want to enter the blood pool anymore? Old Man Chu said with displeasure. I don't know where they went. However, if we ask Zhou Ming, we might be able to find the answer. Yun Jinghong's brows sank and his eyes coldly glanced at Ning Fan. He was well aware of the temperament of his 4 subordinates. He was the one who brought them here. Even if the 4 of them were afraid of the blood dragon pool, they would certainly not dare to run away. Perhaps the 4 of them were greedy after seeing Ning Fan obtain the 3 pots of dragon blood yesterday. That was why they went to look for Ning Fan in the middle of the night. Today, the 4 of them did not return and he had also lost contact with them. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. Yun Jinghong could not help but speculate. I'm afraid that these 4 idiots were defeated by Zhou Ming. It can't be Yun Tianjue. The fact that their life plates are not broken is the evidence. If Yun Tianjue is the one who attacked them, how could the 4 of them survive given his brutal personality? It's probably that Zhou Ming's doing. However, there's one thing I can't figure out. This young man is only at the peak divine transformation realm. He could barely suppress Yun Yen by relying on his inextinguishable fire body. As for the other 4 half-step void refinement realm experts, other than Yun Yen, they are all half-step void refinement realm experts. How could 4 half-step void refinement realm experts be defeated by a single Zhou Ming? Ask Zhou Ming. 7th Prince, you can't simply speak nonsense. With Old Man Chu's intelligence, as soon as he heard that Yun Jinghong was referring to Ning Fan, he immediately understood the deeper meaning of his words. He thought to himself. Could it be that the 4 venerated beings were tempted by Ning Fan and secretly attacked him? Old Man Chu shook his head. He did not think that Ning Fan had the strength to capture 4 half-step void refinement realm experts. Only void refinement realm experts could capture 4 half-step void refinement realm experts alive. Ning Fan, who was just at the peak divine transformation realm, could not do it. Yun Tianjue's eyes widened slightly. He did not interrupt, as if he was going to let Ning Fan handle everything. Ning Fan's expression was calm. He cupped his fists and replied. This junior doesn't understand what you mean, 7th Prince. You don't need to understand. I have a secret technique that can search a cultivator's soul and memory without erasing their consciousness. Let me search your memories and you will know everything yourself. Of course, this technique will slightly harm the foundation of your sea of consciousness. However, if I find out that the 4 of them were indeed captured by you after the soul search, you deserve to be injured. If it has nothing to do with you, I will give you some pills as compensation. As soon as Yun Jinghong's words fell, his large hand suddenly reached out to grab Ning Fan. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's body was suppressed by the green cloud qi. He could not move at all. His face was filled with anger. This Yun Jinghong actually wanted to search his memories in front of everyone. Although Yun Jinghong had suffered a few setbacks in Yun Tianjue's hands, he was still a void fragmentation realm old monster after all. Even a void refinement realm expert would not be able to escape from the might of his claw, let alone Ning Fan. The cloud qi, which was obviously soft and gentle, fell on Ning Fan's body, making him feel as if his internal organs were burning. Each of the wisps of soft cloud qi was as heavy as 1,000 zhang tall mountain. When all of the cloud qi were added together, Ning Fan felt as if thousands of huge mountains were pressing down on his back. The pain was indescribable. There was even a trace of cloud qi which tried to enter Ning Fan's sea of consciousness to search his memories. Even a late void refinement realm expert would probably kneel on the ground after being suppressed by the cloud qi. Ning Fan's bones creaked under the tremendous pressure. His kneecaps were on the verge of breaking and his white robes were stained with blood. However, he refused to kneel. His eyes turned cold. Inwardly, he knew that he was definitely not a match for Yun Jinghong. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth and his eyes became even colder. His divine intent of memory surrounded his body. It was actually ready to alter his memories at any time. This was the second step of divine intent. It could alter one's memories. If Ning Fan really could not resist Yun Jinghong's soul search, he would alter his memories so that Yun Jinghong could not see his many secrets and the fact that he captured the 4 venerated beings. In that case, let's see what else Yun Jinghong has to say. This brat is quite stubborn. 7th Prince, this is most likely a misunderstanding. You should stop. Old Man Chu's eyes flashed with a hint of praise. He was praising Ning Fan's unyielding character. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you will know after searching his soul. If it's a misunderstanding, I will naturally compensate him. Just as Ning Fan was about to decide to alter his memories, a ray of sword light suddenly rose and shattered Yun Jinghong's cloud chi. When the sword light swept across, Yun Jinghong felt the danger of being pierced by thousands of swords. His expression changed drastically. Yun Tianjue, what do you mean by this? Nothing much. I'm just testing his courage. Now that I've tried it, I'm very satisfied with his courage. As for you. Yun Tianjue's sword chi swayed. The tip of his sword pointed to the sky and drew a semicircle in the air. His sword intent suddenly multiplied from 1 to 10,000, containing endless mysterious sword principles. In the next breath, all the clouds within 100,000 li were shattered by the sword light. Hundreds of millions of rays of sword light descended from the sky. As the sword light swept across, Yun Jinghong coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was almost directly buried under the sword light. The reason why he did not die was because Yun Tianjue did not want to kill him. He wanted to avoid trouble. That was all. How dare you touch my man? Yun Tianjue said arrogantly. Yun Jinghong was sent flying 1,000 li away by the sword attack. When he landed on the ground, a huge pit was formed. A myriad sword style, he was afraid. He had never been so afraid of Yun Tianjue before. That sword attack was one of the 3 styles of Yun Tianjue's sword techniques. It was the technique that he used to kill the 4th prince in the past. That sword attack was the sword technique that made Yun Tianjue famous. In the past, Yun Jinghong, who had yet to break through to the void fragmentation realm, had caught a glimpse of that sword from afar. He was nearly scared to death. Yun Jinghong had never thought that even though he had broken through to the void fragmentation realm, he would still only be qualified to look up at that sword attack. He would not be able to withstand it at all. What he did not expect the most was that Yun Tianjue, who had never cared about his own family, would actually draw his sword for a stranger. If he had known this would happen, he would never dare to search Ning Fan's memories. Hiss. The destructive power of Yun Tianjue's sword attack shocked all the divine transformation realm cultivators. After all, a void fragmentation realm expert was sent flying like a fly. No one would be able to remain calm. Even Old Man Chu was astonished. If Yun Tianjue used this sword during the battle against him, Old Man Chu would probably not be able to withstand even a single attack and would be severely injured. Is this the true strength of the white-robed sword god? Ning Fan secretly circulated his black star power. His injuries healed at an unimaginable speed. Then, he cupped his fists and thanked Yun Tianjue. Thank you for saving me, Senior Yun. He had only met Yun Tianjue once. The latter had absolutely no reason to offend the 7th prince for an outsider like him. He would never forget the humiliation he received from Yun Jinghong today. He would also remember the favor of being saved by Yun Tianjue. I didn't save you. It was just a test. Yun Tianjue's face was still expressionless. The Revered Elder's Order is divided into 3 grades. If you collect 10 bottles of dragon blood this time, I will give you the Revered Elder's Order. If you collect 20 bottles, I will give you a silver token. If you collect 50 bottles, I will give you a gold token. If you collect less than 10 bottles, you will fail the test. Hiss, Yun Tianjue's words fell into everyone's ears. All of them thought that they had misheard him. The reason why Yun Tianjue brought Ning Fan to the Blood Dragon Pool was actually for the test of the Revered Elder's Order. Moreover, the standard to pass the test was to collect at least 10 bottles of dragon blood. 10 bottles. Ordinary revered elders would be considered experts if they could collect 1 bottle in the Blood Dragon Pool. Even a half-step void refinement realm expert might not be able to collect 10 bottles. Isn't the standard to pass the test a little too high? Even Yu Chong, who was not on good terms with Ning Fan, felt that it was unfair for him. The Blood Dragon Pool would only open once for 1 month. Other than void refinement realm old monsters, who else could collect 10 bottles of dragon blood within 1 month? No one thought that Ning Fan could pass the test. However, it did not seem like Yun Tianjue was purposely making things difficult for him. Yun Tianjue had sent a void fragmentation realm cultivator flying in order to save Ning Fan. 10 bottles. He can't do it. Old Chu shook his head. He admired Ning Fan's pride, but he did not think that Ning Fan had the ability to collect 10 bottles of dragon blood. A bottle of dragon blood contained 100 drops of dragon blood. One would need to kill 10 divine transformation realm blood demons to obtain it. To collect 10 bottles of dragon blood, he would need to kill 100 divine transformation realm blood demons within 1 month. To a peak divine transformation realm cultivator, it was an impossible task. Bet? It was Yun Tianjue's first time making a bet with someone. Old Chu was stunned. Isn't the third prince Yun Bushu the one who likes to bet? Since when did the eldest prince learn to bet? I bet that he can collect 50 bottles of dragon blood. Yun Tianjue made another shocking statement. 50 bottles? Eldest prince, you must be joking with me. I bet on my sword and your void fire. As soon as Yun Tianjue finished speaking, he formed a gigantic sword and stabbed it into the ground. His meaning was self-evident. If Ning Fan could not collect 50 bottles of dragon blood, the gigantic sword would belong to Chu Chang'an. If Ning Fan could do it, Chu Chang'an's void fire returning to cloud heavenly technique would be his. Alright. I'll bet. Chu Chang'an's eyes burned with passion. He knew that the gigantic sword was the inheritance of the Sword Devil. It not only contained the Sword Devil's Tao of Sword but also Yun Tianjue's Tao of Sword. Using a 6th grade void fire to bet on the inheritance of the Sword Devil, and he would almost certainly win. Even if Chu Chang'an did not like to gamble, he was willing to do it. It was a sure win without any loss, wasn't it? Ning Fan's gaze swept across Yun Tianjue. He could not see through this person anymore. This person seemed to be very confident about collecting 50 bottles of dragon blood. He actually believed that Ning Fan could kill more than 500 divine transformation realm blood demons within a month. Yun Tianjue even bet on the gigantic sword. Ning Fan immediately felt a huge pressure. If he did not collect 50 bottles of dragon blood, he wondered if Yun Tianjue would take revenge on him. It seemed like he had to use all his strength in this trip to the Blood Dragon Pool. Otherwise, he was not confident that he could collect 50 bottles of dragon blood. Blood Dragon Pool, open. Little friend Zhou Ming, I'm looking forward to seeing how many bottles of dragon blood you can collect. Chu Chang'an chuckled and activated the formation of the Blood Dragon Pool. Each of the divine transformation realm cultivators immediately turned into rays of light and dived into the pool. He believed that he would not lose the bet. Who could collect 50 bottles of dragon blood in a month? Chu Chang'an's attention was fully focused on Ning Fan. He was not concerned about Yun Jinghong, who had left with severe injuries. He just wanted to see why Yun Tianjue, who had always been arrogant, would be so confident in a junior. What he wanted to know more was who was Ning Fan to Yun Tianjue. How could Yun Tianjue, who was deeply attached to the sword, make a bet with him? If it wasn't because he could not sense any trace of the Rain Palace's bloodline from Ning Fan's body, he would almost think that Ning Fan was Yun Tianjue's son. Chapter 390. Chi rays of escaping light entered the blood pool one after another. However, they were swept away by the water waves and teleported away. Ning Fan was carrying a fiery red dragon scale with the number 17 on it. Every cultivator who entered the pool would be given a dragon scale by Elder Chu. The dragon scales with different numbers would teleport the cultivator to different areas after entering the pool. As soon as the light of teleportation faded, Ning Fan's figure appeared in the area where there was no water at the bottom of the pool. Above his head hung a few 100,000 zhang of deep pool water. His feet stepped on the wet red soil and his surroundings were filled with blood mist swamps. Below the blood pool, there was a completely different world which was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the Blood Mist Swamp. There were many evil blood demons in this place. Most of them were at the Gold Core realm or above. Only by killing Divine Transformation realm blood demons could one obtain dragon blood. The second level even had Void Refinement realm blood demons. It was extremely dangerous for Divine Transformation realm cultivators to enter the second level. Even ordinary Void Refinement realm experts would not be willing to enter it easily. Only Void Fragmentation realm experts would enter it calmly. The third level was rumored to be a place for seclusion built by the previous Rain Sovereign. For tens of thousands of years, several generations of Rain Sovereigns had cultivated in this place. However, it seemed that since the generation of Red Cloud Rain Sovereign, it had been sealed for some reason and no one could enter it. As for why they could not enter, even the Divine Transformation realm experts of the Serene Heaven Palace did not know. The above was the information Ning Fan obtained from the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace. He even spent some money to exchange for a simple jade slip map from those revered elders. It recorded the rough landforms of the 24 swamps on the first level. He scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense and memorized the map. Then, his spirit sense spread out like a violent gale, sweeping across the area within 100,000 li. The blood qi in this place was extremely thick and it had a corrosive effect on the spirit sense of cultivators. When ordinary Divine Transformation realm cultivators enter this place, they could only use the dragon scales that Elder Chu gave them to slightly restrain the blood qi. They would definitely not dare to spread their spirit sense too far away. Ning Fan did not have such concerns. He had been killing all his life and had experienced the sea of blood for a long time. He was not afraid of the blood qi in this place. After a long time, Ning Fan withdrew his spirit sense. There were no other cultivators within 100,000 li other than him. Apart from that, there was a blood lake at the center of the 17th swamp. It was the path that led to the second level. Ning Fan shook his head. He did not have the ambition to head to the second floor and challenge the Void Refinement realm blood demons. With his current strength, he could barely fight against an early Void Refinement realm cultivator. At most, he could protect himself from death. Killing an early Void Refinement realm cultivator was just a pipe dream. Even if he possessed 3 Void Refinement realm spiritual puppets, who could guarantee that he would not be besieged by more than 3 Void Refinement realm spiritual puppets after entering the second floor. At that time, Ning Fan would not be able to guarantee his safety. His goal was to collect 50 bottles of dragon blood, which meant that he had to kill 500 Divinity Transformation stage blood demons. Within the 24 swamps on the first floor, there were definitely enough blood demons for Ning Fan to slaughter. Thus, there was no need for him to take the risk. Within the swamp, there were blood trees everywhere. In the center of the dense forest, nearly 1,000 strange dragon roars suddenly sounded out. As soon as the roars resounded, nearly 1,000 rotting blood-red demonic beasts turned into rays of light and rushed out of the dense forest, charging at Ning Fan. These blood demons did not have very high intelligence. They were existences between demon beasts and corpse puppets. Most of them were half human and half dragon. Once they discovered that a living person had entered, they would attack recklessly. Among the 1,000 blood demons, most of them were at the Gold Core realm. 11 of them were at the Nascent Soul realm and 1 of them was at the Early Divine Transformation realm. To ordinary Divine Transformation realm cultivators, being besieged by this group of demonic beasts would most likely be quite dangerous. To Ning Fan, a mere 1,000 blood demons were not worth mentioning at all, even if there was an Early Divine Transformation realm blood demon among them. Qi sword light suddenly rose from Ning Fan's eyes. His sword sense spread out in a frenzy and black sword qi swept across all directions. As the sword sense swept across them, each of the blood demons instinctively showed fear. Before they could even scream, they were already minced into pieces by the sword sense. Dirty blood flowed everywhere. With the current strength of Ning Fan's sword sense, he could almost instantly kill any blood demon below the Divine Transformation realm. As for the early divine transformation realm blood demon, it was already struck by the sword sense before it could react. Two of its demon arms were forcefully cut off. With a miserable cry, it turned around and fled. Unfortunately, how could a mere early divine transformation realm blood demon escape from Ning Fan's palm? A ray of starlight sword shadow shot out from Ning Fan's glabella and pierced through the air, piercing through the body of the divine transformation realm blood demon. How could a mere early divine transformation realm blood demon withstand the might of a peak-grade spiritual treasure? It let out a miserable cry and died. At the place where the blood demon died, 11 drops of dark red blood floated up and went into Ning Fan's hand. Then, he casually sealed it into a jade pot. 11 drops. Ordinary divine transformation realm blood demons would have 10 drops of dragon blood. The reason why this blood demon has 11 drops of dragon blood is probably related to the fact that it is close to breaking through to the mid-divine transformation realm. Does this mean that the higher the cultivation level of the blood demon, the more dragon blood it will be able to produce? Ning Fan muttered to himself. Then, he spread his fooly wings and flapped them, disappearing without a trace. In the 17th swamp, the roars of beasts and cries of agony could be heard coming from all directions. Half a day later, Ning Fan swept through the 17th swamp and killed a total of 31 divine transformation realm blood demons. Among them, the strongest ones were 3 peak divine transformation realm blood demons. Outside the deepest and dense forest, Ning Fan stopped his movement light and his eyes narrowed slightly. In the 17th swamp, almost all the divine transformation realm blood demons were wiped out by him alone. Only this place still had divine transformation realm chi. Within the dense forest, there were nearly 10 obscure yet powerful chi. All of them had reached the divine transformation realm. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation base was actually at the half-step void refinement realm. As soon as they sensed Ning Fan's arrival, 100,000 blood demons immediately rushed out and attacked him with strange roars. 100,000 golden core cultivators, 500 nascent soul cultivators, and 11 soul formation cultivators. Among them, the half-step void refinement realm blood demon had a 4,000 zhang tall rotten beast body. Its aura force was extremely strong. It seemed to be the king of this group of blood demons. Beast kings. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He did not expect that a king beast could be born from a blood demon with low spiritual intelligence. Ordinary soul formation realm cultivators would have been torn to pieces if they were to run into the army of beast kings. Roar! As the king beast roared, countless shadows of beasts rose into the air and charged toward him. At the end of the day, they were just blood demons with low intelligence. Although there were many of them, they didn't even know how to form a formation. To Ning Fan, who possessed sword sense, no matter how many low-grade enemies there were, as long as they could not get into a formation and converge their strength, they were nothing to be afraid of at all. Destroy! Tens of thousands of golden core cultivators died with a sweep of his sword sense. After 2 sweeps, the golden cores were all dead. After 3 rounds, none of the 500 nascent soul cultivators survived. Among the 11 divine transformation realm blood demons, 4 early soul formation realm blood demons were severely injured by the sword sense. Roar! The king beast seemed to be extremely furious. It led the divine transformation realm cultivators to besiege Ning Fan. 11 gigantic beasts that were more than 3,000 zhang in size rushed toward Ning Fan while treading on mountains and rivers. Ning Fan raised one of his hands and the Separation Slayer sword split into 11 sword shadows, sweeping at the 11 gigantic beasts. The power of the flying sword shadow of a peak spiritual treasure was incredible. For early divine transformation realm ferocious beasts were killed the moment they were hit by the sword shadows. The other ferocious beasts were also injured to varying degrees. Only the 2 peak divine transformation realm blood demons and the half-step void refinement realm beast king were unharmed after destroying the sword shadows with a single claw. Their eyes became even more furious. Roar! The remaining 7 blood demons let out blood-red roars. The blood-red sound waves carried a trace of the power of a dragon's roar, causing Ning Fan's eardrums to ache and the blood in his chest to churn. If he was an ordinary divine transformation realm cultivator, his physical body would probably be destroyed by the sound waves. Break! Ning Fan casually flicked his sleeve and a cloud of star sand that looked like a blood shadow appeared. As the wind and sand swept across, countless sound waves were forcefully wiped out. Not only could this blood star sand break all kinds of magic treasures, but it also had a miraculous effect against many magic techniques. After breaking the roars of the 7 blood demons, Ning Fan did not give them another chance to fight for their lives. He took a step forward and his body turned into a black shadow before disappearing. At the next moment, the blood demons were suddenly engulfed by the black shadow one after another. One of them was crushed while the other was solidified. One of the blood demons would definitely die within the black shadow without leaving behind a complete corpse. The king beast was finally afraid. It had not seen a ruthless person like Ning Fan who could kill divine transformation realm cultivators like ants for many years. Evil creature, don't even think of escaping. After killing 6 blood demons in a row, Ning Fan's incarnation condensed. His black hair and black robes fluttered in the wind. He took a step forward and locked onto the king beast's chi. At the next moment, his chi was crushed and solidified. Boom! The destructive power of the Black Tempest spirit splitting technique minced the dignified half-step void refinement realm king beast into pieces. Ning Fan did not disperse his incarnation in the sea of blood and mountains of rotting corpses. He directly waved his sleeve and obtained 150 drops of dragon blood. Just like that, the 17th swamp was leveled by Ning Fan alone. He killed a total of 42 divine transformation realm blood demons and obtained 540 drops of dragon blood, filling up 5 jade pots. Next, I'll go to the 18th swamp. Ning Fan's black hair and black robes made him look cold and emotionless. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace, heading straight for the 18th swamp. Half a day later, the 18th swamp was leveled. Another 3 days passed and Ning Fan eliminated the king beast in the 24th swamp. The 24 swamps were arranged in a circular formation. Ning Fan entered the first swamp from the 24th swamp and continued his massacre. Another 6 days passed and he had already killed more than 800 divine transformation realm blood demons in the 13th swamp. In just 10 days, his incarnation and demon wings were fully activated and he collected 80 pots of dragon blood. If all 80 pots of dragon blood are used to brew wine, the wine would be 400,000 units of magic power after 10 years. Once the wine is brewed, Ning Fan's breakthrough to the void refinement realm would be as easy as water flowing when the conditions are right. In the 13th swamp, Ning Fan did not carry out a large-scale massacre because he discovered many traces of battles between cultivators in this swamp. Judging from the situation, there was more than one cultivator in this swamp. It was highly possible that all the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace had been teleported to this place. After all, the members of the Serene Heaven Palace were the subordinates of Elder Chu. There were also many early and mid-divine transformation realm revered elders among them. It would be extremely dangerous for them to act alone. That was why Elder Chu gave the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace a dragon scale from the same area while he gave Ning Fan a dragon scale for himself. Roar! The roars of king beasts could be heard from afar, accompanied by the miserable cries of cultivators. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. It seemed like the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace had encountered the army of king beasts in this swamp. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that Chu Chang and had treated him well and most of the divine transformation realm cultivators of the Serene Heaven Palace also had a good chat with him, especially Yu Bai who could be considered as a friend. Since that's the case, I can't just leave them to die. Whoosh! Ning Fan flapped his demon wings and turned into a trace of purple smoke, drifting 100,000 li away. Outside the pool of blood dragons, a one-armed middle-aged man in white robes was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It had already been 10 days. His eyes were still closed and he did not say a word. Beside him, the red-haired Chu Chang's eyes were filled with astonishment and astonishment. He was holding a silver jade token in his hand. There were a total of 24 dragon scales inlaid on the jade token. Among them, only the 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th dragon scales were still glowing. The other 20 dragon scales were completely dim. A dragon scale represented the life of a king beast. 20 dragon scales dimming meant that 20 king beasts had died. Chu Chang'an complained incessantly. King beasts were different from other blood demons. They were prepared to be raised into void refinement realm blood demons. Yet, so many of them had actually died. Moreover, Chu Chang'an knew who killed these king beasts even with his eyes closed. The first king beast to die was number 17. It happened to be where Ning Fan was. It has only been 10 days and this young man has already killed 20 of my king beasts. Could it be that this young man is already at the void refinement realm? Even a half-step void refinement realm cultivator wouldn't be able to defeat the king beasts that I raise. To kill 20 king beasts in just 10 days, even the king beasts are dead. Perhaps this young man has already cleared the 20 swamps on the first floor. In terms of killing speed alone, even void refinement realm cultivators might not be able to match him. Chu Chang'an sighed continuously. He did not expect Ning Fan to be so ferocious. As a result, he even forgot to remind Ning Fan not to kill the king beasts. It was because Chu Chang'an had never thought that Ning Fan had the strength to kill king beasts. Revered Ming, Zhou Ming. This young man is really a monster. Judging from this, I'm afraid he only used 10 days to collect 50 bottles of dragon blood. Your Highness, you've won the bet. Chu Chang'an's sigh became heavier and heavier. The blood demons that Ning Fan had killed would probably need many years to replenish. In other words, in the next 10 or even hundreds of years, there would rarely be any divine transformation realm ferocious beasts being born in the first floor. As for the venerated elders who come here to collect their blood, it would probably be in vain. At the end of the day, the most difficult ones to raise were still the 20 king beasts. Yun Tianjue quietly listened to Chu Chang'an's resentment. His brows loosened imperceptibly and his expression became slightly relaxed. It seemed like he was also quite worried about Ning Fan's safety in the end. Worried. There will come a day when I, Yun Tianjue, will also worry about the safety of an outsider. What a joke. Impossible. This is. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Chu Chang'an suddenly exclaimed. On the jade token, the dragon scale that represented the 13th king beast had dimmed. However, that was not the thing that shocked him the most. What really shocked him was that the 3 dragon scales on the other golden jade token had dimmed. There were only 24 dragon scales inlaid on the silver jade token, which represented the 24 king beasts. On the other hand, there were 108 dragon scales inlaid on the golden jade token, which represented the void refinement realm blood demons of the second floor. That Zhou Ming actually entered the second floor. Moreover, he killed 3 early void refinement realm blood demons. Chu Chang'an was shocked. It was impossible for a divine transformation realm being to kill a void refinement realm being, let alone fighting 3 of them alone. He was very curious about how Ning Fan did it. At least, Chu Chang'an knew that when he was at the peak divine transformation realm, he would definitely not be able to kill 3 void refinement realm blood demons alone. Even if he breaks through to the void refinement realm, he would not be able to kill 3 void refinement realm blood demons at the same level as him. For the first time, Chu Chang'an realized that he had completely underestimated Ning Fan. It was not a coincidence that this young man could kill Flame Revered just because of his inextinguishable fire body. Chapter 391. In the 13th swamp, Yu Bai and the other 12 semi-god realm cultivators were surrounded by blood demons. Apart from Yu Chong, who was not here, all the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace who came to the Blood Dragon Pool were trapped here. Within the demon tide, the 12 soul formation supremacies were all injured. Even the 2 peak-level cultivators were severely injured. The half-step void refinement realm revered elder in hemp robes was the only one who was holding a square formation disc and unleashed a mortal void grade formation light to stop the demon tide from invading the grand formation. The reverend elder in a linen robe looked terrible. Outside the formation, a beast king the size of a mountain was leading the blood beasts to besiege the formation, almost destroying it completely. Unexpectedly, never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that last Yu Chong would actually cause such a huge disaster. Yu Bai. We're trapped here because of your sister's audacity. She actually went to the forest of beast kings to steal medicine. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll make your sister pay. Yu Bai's face was bitter, but he couldn't refute that. He knew that all this trouble was caused by his sister. 10 days ago, a group of revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace were teleported into the 13th swamp. 3 days ago, Yu Chong had left the group and entered the King Beast Forest to steal medicine without permission. However, she had been attacked by a group of beasts and implicated everyone. Even Yu Chong herself had been smashed into the lake of blood by the King Beast's palm strike. She had been smashed into the second layer, and her fate was unknown. On one hand, Yu Bai was worried about his sister's safety, but on the other hand, he felt ashamed of his fellow Taoists. The hemp-robed venerate elder was not lying. If everyone died here, his sister, Yu Chong, would not be able to escape responsibility. A beast king was not something they could mess with. At this moment, 16 soul formation blood demons were attacking the array light under the leadership of the beast king. The Beast King's call attracted more blood demons from all directions, including some wild beasts. Yu Bai was desperate. There were so many semi-god realm cultivators and they were in the middle of the tide of demons. Once they left the array light, only a few of them could escape. At the very least, Yu Bai knew that he would not be able to kill his way out of the demon horde on his own. I wonder how Brother Zhou is right now. If he is here, perhaps our chances of escaping would be higher. Yu Bai muttered to himself. What can revered Ming do even if he is here? After all, he is only at the peak divine transformation realm. 2 peak divine transformation realm fellow Taoists have already been injured by the King Beast's attack just now. Even I didn't manage to gain any advantage from the King Beast. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. However, this blood dragon pool is the strangest. It has cut off all sound transmissions from the outside world. Otherwise, we could have asked Emperor Chu to help us. The hemp-robed revered elder let out a long sigh. He was running out of immortal jades and magic power, so it was hard for him to activate the array disc to defend himself. The moment this formation light disappeared was the moment and the life and death of the 12 people would be decided. If he could escape from the blood dragon pool, he would live. If he couldn't, he would die. Even the revered elder in hemp garments did not have 100% chance of survival, let alone the other revered elders. Boom! The Beast King led the demonic beasts to attack the formation again. More and more cracks appeared on the formation, and it looked like it would not be able to withstand the Beast King's attack. Fellow Taoists, get ready. The hemp-robed revered elder's face was filled with determination. The formation light might not be able to withstand the next round of attacks. Once the formation light is destroyed, the fellow Taoists could only run for their lives. Right at this moment, a world-shocking ink-colored sword light suddenly drew open in the sky, turning into a thick black color. The moment the sword light dispersed, tens of thousands of gold core realm blood demons were crushed into blood mist by the sword light before they could even let out a cry. As the black sword light dyed the sky, a black-haired young man in black robes walked through the demon tide step by step. His sword sense swept across the area again and again. Within the demon tide, the black shadows of the demonic beasts exploded one after another. Strange. This scene was too strange. 100,000 gold core realm blood demons were actually wiped out by someone in just a blink of an eye. Who is it? Who is this person? Could it be a Void Refinement Realm senior? The eyes of the Divine Transformation Realm revered elders who were in despair suddenly lit up. Even though they could not see the young man's appearance clearly because of the formation light and the blood mist, how could they not know that he was here to save them? The killing strength of this black-robed young man was completely comparable to an early Void Refinement Realm senior expert. He is Brother Zhou. Yu Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. When the blood mist gradually dispersed, Yu Bai could clearly see that the black-robed young man was none other than Ning Fan. Actually, there was no need for Yu Bai to remind him. As soon as the blood mist dispersed, which Divine Transformation Realm cultivator could not recognize Ning Fan. However, none of them expected that Ning Fan's strength would actually reach such a level. The technique that instantly killed the group of demons was obviously the sword sense technique. That figure that was shrouded in black qi was obviously the incarnation technique. Venerated Ming actually has so many trump cards and techniques. The hemp-robed revered elder's heart was filled with waves of shock. At this moment, Ning Fan had unleashed his full strength, giving him a feeling of powerlessness and invincibility. Let's get out of the formation quickly and help venerated Ming kill the demons. The few Divine Transformation Realm revered elders said excitedly when they saw Ning Fan's unstoppable aura. There's no need. He alone is enough. The hemp-robed revered elder's expression suddenly became a little dispirited. He was the first one who noticed Ning Fan's baleful qi that he did not conceal at all. It was a very dense baleful qi. Just by probing Ning Fan's body, it had already tainted his spirit sense. This was baleful qi that could only be obtained by killing 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators and above. There's no doubt about it. The density of this baleful qi definitely required one to kill 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators and above. The hemp-robed revered elder had always boasted about his outstanding innate talent. He claimed that he was already a heavenly genius after cultivating to the half-step Void Refinement Realm in just 4,000 years. However, compared to Ning Fan, he felt that he could no longer muster up the pride he had in his entire life. The 16 blood demons stared at Ning Fan with fear in their eyes. The king beast even felt a sense of crisis from Ning Fan's body that was as heavy as a mountain. The 600 nascent soul realm blood demons which had the lowest level of spiritual intelligence soared into the sky at the same time and attacked Ning Fan. Facing the 600 nascent soul realm blood demons, Ning Fan's eyes were still as cold as before. With a sweep of his sword sense, the demon bodies of the 600 nascent soul realm disintegrated and blood mist flew everywhere, killing nascent soul realm cultivators in an instant. As his cold eyes swept across the area, the 12 Divine Transformation Realm venerated elders felt a chill down their spines. The 16 wild beast blood demons instinctively took a step back. Their hearts were filled with fear. Roar. At the critical moment when the group of beasts was terrified, the king beast roared forcefully and activated the power of its bloodline. The other blood demons gradually cast away their fear and their eyes became indifferent again. An early Divine Transformation Realm wild beast was even more fearless. It leaped into the sky and charged towards Ning Fan with its body that was as huge as a mountain. The force of the collision was enough to flatten a mountain. Boom! The 1,000 zhang tall wild beast collided with Ning Fan's body. No, to be more precise, it collided with Ning Fan's palm. Immediately, a loud bang that shook the earth and mountains were heard. Facing the powerful collision of the wild beast, Ning Fan just stretched out his palm and pushed it on the lower jaw of the wild beast as if he was pushing something. The force of the push actually stopped the 1,000 zhang tall wild beast from moving forward by 5 zhang. In terms of strength, Ning Fan, who seemed weak and skinny, was a few times stronger than the early Divine Transformation Realm wild beast. This scene was just too shocking. As Ning Fan clawed with his 5 fingers, a terrifying claw force tore 5 cracks in the hollow space. The wild beast was being torn apart by the 5 cracks. It let out a miserable shriek and its 1,000 zhang body was torn into 6 pieces by Ning Fan's claw. "All of you, come at me together," Ning Fan uttered coldly. He took a step forward and a wave of pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept across the place. 2 mid-divine transformation realm wild beasts leaped into the air. However, they were blasted by Ning Fan's fists with a tremendous force that could move mountains and fill up seas, turning them into minced meat and blood mists. A late divine transformation realm wild beast tried to flee in fear. However, Ning Fan directly grabbed its giant tail and tore it into 2 pieces. His physical body was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Jade Life realm. Under the extreme condition of the corpse devil body, his physical body was as strong as a peak Jade Life realm expert. Every time he threw out a punch, a wild beast would definitely die. Stepping on the corpses of the beasts, Ning Fan's aura force surged. The remaining 1 king beast and 2 peak divine transformation realm wild beasts actually fled desperately. They were afraid. The king beast could sense the chi of the death of 20 king beasts of the same species from Ning Fan's body. Its instincts told it that the black-robed young man in front of it was not someone it could afford to offend. 5 tombs appear. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He raised his 5 fingers and clawed at the sky. Suddenly, 5 black dragon tombstones appeared in the sky and struck at the 3 beasts. 2 of the tombstones landed on the 2 peak divine transformation realm wild beasts. With just the force of the tombstones, the 2 beasts were smashed into meat paste. The remaining 3 tombstones landed on the bodies of the 3 king beasts. Even though the scales of the king beasts were extremely tough, their bodies were still smashed into pieces by the tombstones. Their blood flowed like a river. Roar! The king beast had gone mad. It was severely injured by Ning Fan. It knew that it would be difficult for it to survive. The only thing it could do was to fight to the death like a cornered beast. However, Ning Fan did not even give it the chance to attack. He took a step forward and flapped his wings. With a speed that was unbelievably fast, he suddenly appeared above the king beast's head and stomped on it. Boom! The king beast's massive head was directly crushed by Ning Fan's stomp. Its gigantic body fell to the ground and died. A chill rose in the hearts of the 12 divine transformation realm experts. From the moment Ning Fan arrived to the scene where he killed the demons, only tens of breaths had passed. Within this short period of time, Ning Fan annihilated the group of demons. Each of the techniques he used was world-shocking. Ning Fan had saved them and annihilated the demon tide. They were supposed to remove the formation light and thank him. However, even the revered elder in hemp robes trembled from the bottom of his heart when he saw the black-robed Ning Fan, who was as cold as ice. He didn't dare to activate the formation light. He was afraid. He was even more afraid of this black-robed Ning Fan compared to facing the tide of 100,000 demons. Even the revered elder in linen robes had a sliver of hope of escaping from a beast king. However, when facing the black-robed Ning Fan, the revered elder in hemp robes only felt that he would die for sure. When Ning Fan's spirit sense broke through to the void refinement realm, once he transformed into the black robes, his body would naturally possess the magic power of the early void refinement realm. With a flick of his sleeve, he kept close to 200 drops of dragon blood. Then, he walked towards the formation light step by step and pressed his finger on it. The formation light shattered. "Are you all afraid of me?" Ning Fan said coldly. "Don't dare to. Other than you by," each of the divine transformation realm venerated elders hurriedly explained to Ning Fan. Although he said that he didn't dare, it meant that he was afraid. "Brother Zhou's strength really causes me to be endlessly shocked." Yu Bai bitterly smiled. He never thought that the person he befriended would actually be such a terrifying expert. Don't worry. Since I've saved you, I won't kill you. Miss Chong isn't here. Even though Ning Fan's tone was cold, there was a hint of concern in it. When Yu Bai heard it, it slightly reduced his fear towards Ning Fan. I'm afraid Chong won't be able to survive. It has been 3 days since she fell into the blood lake. Even though her life plate is still intact, as soon as Yu Bai finished speaking, he briefly told Ning Fan what had happened. When he heard that Yu Chong fell into the blood lake and fell into the second level of the blood dragon pool, even Ning Fan frowned. There were void refinement realm blood demons in the second level. It had been 3 days since Yu Chong fell into the blood lake. If she's still alive, she would probably be dead by now. Since Yu Bai said that Yu Chong was still alive, he was afraid that she had some means to protect herself and hide herself. That was why she was still alive. However, if this drags on, it would still be difficult for her to survive. The blood dragon pool will be open for a month. Within this 1 month, we won't be able to leave or transmit our voice to the outside world. There are still 20 days before we can leave the dragon pool and seek help from Sovereign Chu. However, I'm afraid Chong will already be dead by then. From the perspective of morality and justice, her recklessness has put many fellow Taoists in danger. It won't be a pity even if she dies 100 times. However, she's my younger sister after all. I've decided to go to the second level and save her. Even if I die on the second level, it's still my fate. However, I still have some spiritual herbs in my storage pouch. They were collected for my mother's illness. I'll have to trouble Brother Zhou to send them back to the Yu clan for me. In this way, even if I die, I won't have gotten to know Brother Zhou in vain. Yu Bai's face was filled with the intention to die. What a filial son and a virtuous brother. He took out the storage pouch and passed it to Ning Fan, showing the intention to entrust his younger sister to him. However, Ning Fan did not take it. He suddenly turned around and took a step forward. Then, he turned into purple smoke and went into the blood lake. It shouldn't be difficult for me to bring her back. You won't be able to do anything even if you go. After hearing what Ning Fan said, Yu Bai's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop Ning Fan but it was already too late. If Ning Fan dies because of his younger sister, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Brother Zhou. Yu Bai wanted to go with Ning Fan and lend him a hand. However, he was stopped by the revered elder in hemp robes and the others. If you go, you'll just be a burden. With venerated Ming's strength, as long as he's careful, even the void refinement realm ferocious beasts on the second level won't attack him recklessly. Venerated Ming is a man who knows his limits. If he can't save her, he won't risk his life in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, all the revered elders fell into silence. If there were still people who suspected that Ning Fan was a clumsy and vile person just now, none of them would have such a ridiculous thought anymore. How could a person who would risk his life to save his friend's younger sister be a vile person? At least, Ning Fan's current actions made the revered elders of the righteous path feel ashamed of their inferiority. It's ridiculous that we claim to be righteous but we're still not as good as a devil cultivator. Is it really worth it for us to be so stubborn and calculative? The Tao hearts of the divine transformation realm revered elders at the scene were shaken. Ning Fan leaped into the blood lake and pushed his speed to the limit. He went all the way down to the second level. The reason why he saved Yu Chong was not because of her beauty nor was it because of his reputation or morality. It was just to repay Yu Bai for getting up and greeting him. That was all. He would certainly not risk his life for Yu Chong. However, if he could save her, he would certainly help her a little. Appear. As soon as he appeared in the second level, Ning Fan summoned his 3 great void refinement realm spiritual puppets without any hesitation. With the combat power of his incarnation which was comparable to the void refinement realm and the 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets, he should be fine as long as he returns quickly even though he was in the second level. When he landed on the ground, Ning Fan scanned the area with his spirit sense. There were actually many traces of battle within 100,000 li which seemed to be left behind by Yu Chong. Luckily, most of the traces were divine transformation realm battles. It seemed like Yu Chong was being hunted by a divine transformation realm cultivator. Luckily, she did not encounter any void refinement realm cultivators when she first fell into the blood lake. Otherwise, she would probably have died a long time ago. Even if she did not encounter any void refinement realm cultivators, it was still extremely dangerous for an early divine transformation realm woman to travel in the second level. It has been 3 days since she entered the second level. I can search for her by following her escape route. If I can't find her, I'll return quickly. Ning Fan flapped his wings and together with the 3 spiritual puppets, they turned into 4 rays of light and chased after Yu Chong. Most of the blood demons that they encountered along the way were at the nascent soul realm and above. After flying for half a day, they encountered at least 50 wild beasts which were intercepted by Ning Fan and the 3 spiritual puppets. If Ning Fan used his strongest strength on the first level, then he used all the power he could use on the second level including his spiritual puppets. After half a day of flying, the messy bloodstains along the way were getting closer and closer to them. In a secluded valley, countless roars of beasts could be heard. A pale-looking silver-armored young lady who was wrapped in a black cloak was holding a stalk of spiritual medicine in her hand. Her delicate body was stained with blood and her face was pale. She was staring at the ferocious beasts that surrounded her. 140 wild beasts and 3 void refinement realm blood demons. Even if I have the heaven-deceiving cloak that my master gave me, I won't be able to escape. What should I do? The young lady pursed her pale lips tightly. Her heart was filled with reluctance. It took her a lot of effort to find this stock of spiritual medicine. She finally had the hope of curing her mother. The reason why she went to the forest of beast kings to steal medicinal herbs was just for this stock of spiritual medicine. If I can't escape, who is going to save my mother? Big Brother must hate me to death. I was too impulsive and implicated so many people. Seeing the group of beasts swarming towards them after the 3 void refinement realm beasts roared, the young lady's face immediately turned pale. And no. As soon as the black light dispersed, countless rays of sword light suddenly exploded in the secluded valley. Groups of nascent soul realm blood demons were torn to pieces and died. Yu Chong suddenly felt that her body was very light as if she was flying. When she looked down, she saw a strong arm hugging her chest horizontally, pulling her into his embrace. That palm happened to press on one of her breasts. However, the owner of that arm did not seem to realize that he was being rash. Yu Chong turned around and her small mouth opened slightly. It was hard for her to close it because the person who saved her was actually Ning Fan. Her nose turned sour and she actually began to sob. Zhizhou Ming, why did you come to save me? I don't want you to save me. Be quiet for a while. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. His mind was completely focused on the ferocious beasts that were coming from all directions. How could he have the time to care about Yu Chong's thoughts? Kill. As soon as he gave the order, the 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets threw out punches. All the ferocious beasts that were hit by the punches were either killed or injured. The group of beasts was thrown into chaos. Ning Fan, on the other hand, held Yu Chong in his arms and fled with the 3 spiritual puppets without any hesitation. What a joke. There were 100 wild beasts and 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets. No matter how many trump cards Ning Fan had, he would not be foolish enough to risk his life to fight them. Moreover, once the battle begins, it would certainly attract more ferocious beasts because of the fluctuations. At that time, he would not be able to escape from the calamity. Void refinement realm spiritual puppets. There are actually 3 of them. How is this possible? Yu Chong shrank in Ning Fan's arms with a stunned expression. She could not imagine that Ning Fan, whom she looked down upon previously, actually had such powerful spiritual puppets to protect himself. Even the aristocratic families of the Rain world might not necessarily have Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. She wanted to ask him, but she knew that it was more important to escape now. It was not the right time to ask. Yu Chong gently turned her head and saw the ferocious beasts that were chasing after them relentlessly. Her scalp went numb. Among them, the fastest one was a Void Refinement Realm ferocious beast. It was almost 3,000 zhang behind Ning Fan. Its scorching breath could almost reach Yu Chong's face. She even saw that gigantic beast open its huge mouth and spit out a blood-red aurora at Ning Fan's back. "Be careful!" she exclaimed. At the next moment, the aurora engulfed Ning Fan, Yu Chong and the three spiritual puppets. Roar! A ferocious and complacent roar resounded through the dense forest. In the eyes of that Void Refinement Realm ferocious beast, this aurora was more than enough to kill Ning Fan and the others. Chapter 392. Roar. Accompanied by the beast's roar, the blood-colored aurora became even stranger. Everything that was swept by the aurora would freeze into blood-colored ice crystals. Within a radius of 30,000 meters, all the trees, land, and even some innocent blood demons were frozen in ice. Ning Fan and the others were trapped inside the ice crystals, unable to move at all. Even a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert would find it hard to break free from the ice. Ning Fan's entire body was wrapped in black devil flames. The combined power of the 12 types of heavenly cold flames and earth flames was completely comparable to a 7th-grade void flame. Once the flames soared, all the ice crystals within 100,000 feet melted. The three puppets regained their ability to move. Yu Chong also regained her ability to breathe. However, she was still curled up in Ning Fan's arms. Even her teeth were trembling. However, she clenched her teeth stubbornly and did not complain about the cold. In Yu Chong's mind, the power of that blood-red aurora was way too terrifying. The power of the ice seal had most likely reached the level of mortal void cold chi. Even though the ice was at such a high level, it was directly incinerated by Ning Fan's devil flames. It was enough to show how domineering his devil flames were. It was also because Ning Fan did not have enough magic power to fully unleash the destructive power of this flame. Otherwise, no Void Refinement Realm expert would dare to face this flame head-on. How can he be so powerful? This is unbelievable. No matter how much Yu Chong hated Ning Fan, she had to admit that Ning Fan's strength was undoubtedly strong. That kind of strength was tempered through a long period of danger. When killing, his attacks were like lightning, and he didn't even blink. He wouldn't stop until he was dead. From the bottom of her heart, Yu Chong, who was a young lady who was about to die in despair, was suddenly saved by a young man. She could not help but feel grateful and have a good impression of Ning Fan. She understood how to repay kindness. Thus, even though Ning Fan's palm was pressing on her chest, her face was still red and she did not resist. "I can't escape." Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Even though he managed to break free from the aurora light, he was still surrounded by the group of demons when he was sealed in ice. Ning Fan did not bother to explain too much to Yu Chong. Instead, he directly used his plucking finger to knock her out and kept her in his cauldron ring. Yu Chong fainted. His eyes were filled with battle intent. It was obvious that he was going to fight a bloody battle with the demons. It was not difficult for the three Void Refinement Realm beings to deal with. He would have to deal with the rest of the semi-god realm cultivators. Appear. 7 soul formation puppets and 1 black dragon refined corpse were all taken out. Almost as if they had a tacit understanding, both sides launched a tide-like attack in the next instant. Soul extraction. Star-fixing plate, appear. In the face of the demon tide, Ning Fan showed no fear at all. He stretched out his 5 fingers and the soul of the earth was sucked into his body. His magic power improved once again. The star positioning plate rose into the sky and turned into a massive star map that stretched 100,000 li. Half of the 30,000 star lamps were lit up by Ning Fan. Within the range of the star map, the physical defense of all the blood demons was slightly weakened. Under the cover of the starlight, the defense of the group of demonic beasts, Ning Fan and the others rose to a terrifying level. Under the enhancement of the starlight from the star positioning plate, the defense of any puppet was strong enough to withstand the attack of a half-step void refinement realm expert. Furthermore, the starlight had the effect of reflecting the enemy's attacks. Ning Fan's magic power was getting stronger and stronger. It was the first time he was able to use the star positioning plate in such a manner. In other words, the time-fixing plate was not only a defensive treasure, but it was also an extremely powerful auxiliary treasure with a bright future. Roar! The roars of the demonic beasts could be heard. Some of them were angry and some of them were miserable. The few half-step void refinement realm wild beasts suddenly realized that their combined strength was only enough to injure the late divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. It was not enough to kill them in a single blow. This was just too illogical. In this way, it was not easy for these divine transformation realm spiritual puppets to be killed and they could slightly delay the demon tide. As for the 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets, almost at the same time as Ning Fan gave the order, each of them sent 3 void refinement realm ferocious beasts flying. Then, they immediately stood together. At this moment, the balance of the situation was balanced. As Ning Fan's killing spree increased, the balance of the situation began to tilt towards Ning Fan and the others. While fighting against 9 wild beasts alone, Ning Fan still had the strength to sweep away his sword sense. His physical body was extremely strong. Each of his punches could collapse mountains and rivers. In just a few exchanges of punches, 4 of the 9 wild beasts were killed. Ning Fan, on the other hand, suffered quite a number of attacks on his body. However, his incarnation gradually recovered after breaking and solidifying. In the vast sky above his head, 5 black stars were floating. These black starlight shrouded Ning Fan's body. It was even faster than the self-healing speed of his incarnation. The injuries caused by mere wild beasts healed within a breath's time. Ning Fan did not have 1 million natal stars. It was impossible for him to survive the joint attacks of immortal emperors. However, since he had 5 natal stars, it was not difficult for him to survive the joint attacks of the wild beasts. His eyes became even colder. As soon as the Black Tempest soul-splitting technique dispersed, the remaining 5 wild beasts died tragically. At the same time, a late divine transformation realm spiritual puppet was also destroyed by the group of demons. Ning Fan did not have the time to feel sorry for the puppet. With an even stronger killing intent, he rushed towards the 12 wild beasts that were attacking his spiritual puppet. Boom! He killed a late divine transformation realm wild beast with a single punch. He killed a peak grade wild beast with a single stomp. 8 of the 12 wild beasts were instantly killed by Ning Fan. Now, he was fighting against the remaining 4 half-step void refinement realm wild beasts. The physical bodies of the half-step void refinement realm wild beasts were already incredible. Moreover, they were attacking from all sides. Even with the strength of his physical body, Ning Fan gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. A ray of purple light shone in his eyes. Purple mist suddenly dispersed. Within the mist, the 4 half-step void refinement realm wild beasts were directly turned into smoke and disappeared. Wherever the mist reached, hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators and a dozen wild beasts were also turned into ashes. Ning Fan panted slightly. It was the first time that he ran out of magic power. Each of his trump cards consumed his magic power. If his magic power is depleted, he would not be able to display any powerful magic techniques no matter how powerful his techniques were. Without caring about the swelling pain in his immortal veins, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out an entire bottle of 5 Revolution spirit-restoring pills and consumed all of them. The immense medicinal power nearly caused his immortal veins to explode. Ning Fan did not even have the time to carefully refine the medicinal power. Instead, he forcefully refined the medicinal power into magic power and began his massacre once again. The price he had to pay for forcefully consuming the medicinal power was blood trickling out from the corner of his mouth and some internal injuries. However, with the self-recovery incarnation in the Black Star technique, Ning Fan was not afraid of getting injured. Seeing that another late divine transformation puppet was about to be killed, Ning Fan took a step forward and rushed into the battlefield. His killing intent swept across the battlefield, causing the group of beasts to retreat hurriedly. Die. As soon as he activated the heart formation, 5,000 tall and straight sword mountains rose from the ground. Almost immediately, nearly 20 wild beasts were trapped within the formation of the sword mountains. All of them were at a loss of what to do. They did not see Ning Fan taking out his formation plate at all, nor did they see him setting up a grand formation here. How could a gigantic formation suddenly appear out of nowhere? After all, they had no idea that this was the heart formation technique of the He Luo sect. With the formation diagram in one's heart, why would one need external objects to set up a formation? Qi 5,000 traces of primordial Qi sword light swept across the sword formation. Within the eastern profound sword formation, the wild beasts began to die miserably. Ning Fan's magical power flowed out like the tide. He took a few more spirit-restoring pills and a raging black flame rose from his palm. The sea of fire spread out and the fire palms spread out. One after another, the wild beasts died under the Samadhi fire palms. The demon tide became smaller and the number of wild beasts decreased. Under Ning Fan's devil might, even the wild beasts that were far away did not dare to come to his aid. There were only 50 wild beasts left, 40. 30. 20, Ning Fan's injuries became more and more severe. Almost all of his divine transformation realm spiritual puppets and refined corpses were severely injured. Unless they are repaired, they would not be able to be used again. Ning Fan and his 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets were the only ones left on their side. The other party only had 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets and 20 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. They stood on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood in shock. Ning Fan had killed another 120 wild beasts. However, the price he had to pay was that he was now severely injured and his blood kept flowing out of his body. Most of the blood was the blood of other ferocious beasts while the rest was Ning Fan's blood. After forcefully consuming pills several times, his immortal veins were already on the verge of bursting. He could no longer consume pills. His magic power had been severely depleted and it was difficult for him to continue. At this stage of the battle, Ning Fan felt like he was an arrow at the end of its flight even with his strength. However, the more his magic power was depleted, the clearer the sword intent in his heart became. Traces of sword intent flew out from his palm. Using sword intent to kill enemies did not require any magic power. It was the first time Ning Fan heard the call of a flying sword. The Separation Slayer sword that was circling around him was excited and thirsting for battle. The Blood Dragon Demon sword in his storage pouch was thirsty for blood. It desired to devour all the blood demons. Blood Dragon Demon sword. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a blood-red demon sword that was as transparent as crystal. At the moment he took out the sword, he infused all of the baleful Qi from Thousand Divine Transformation Realm into its blade. The Blood Dragon Demon sword glowed with a demonic red light that had never been seen before. Faint dragon roars and sword cries could be heard. Roar. A strange scene appeared. At the moment when the blood dragon demon sword glowed with red light, all the blood demons including the 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets showed unprecedented fear and let out fearful roars. They were blood demons. They were the food of the blood dragon clan. Just like the dark beasts in the black dragon pond, they were the food of the black dragons. When Ning Fan saw the scenes of fear, he immediately understood what was going on. This blood dragon demon sword was probably the nemesis of the blood demons. With a tap of his feet, Ning Fan turned into smoke and disappeared. At the next moment, he appeared on the back of a peak-grade wild beast and pierced his sword into its back. The sword tip of the blood dragon demon sword was only 1 meter long. When it pierced into the back of the ferocious beast which was several thousand zhang large, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. It should not hurt or tickle. However, at the moment when the blood sword pierced the back of the ferocious beast, a violent devouring force came from the sword. In just a breath's time, the dignified peak-grade wild beast's blood was directly sucked dry by the blood sword. It fell to the ground and turned into a dried corpse. This sword is bloodthirsty. However, I'm afraid it will only have such a terrifying blood-sucking ability when it's used against blood demons. Ning Fan made up his mind. With the help of the blood sword, the remaining 19 wild beasts were not a threat at all. He raised the blood sword in the sky and activated it with his flying sword technique. The blood sword which was originally a void treasure could easily pierce through the defense of the blood demons. Once the sword light pierced into the body of a wild beast, even if the sword power was not strong, it could instantly suck the blood of the wild beast dry. In just 10 breaths' time, the remaining wild beasts were all killed by the blood sword. Roar, the 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets were highly intelligent. They exchanged glances with each other and all of them had the thought of escaping. All of them were blood demons. As long as the blood sword pierced their bodies, all of their blood would be instantly sucked dry by it. The blood sword carried the dragon might of a heavenly demon blood dragon. A blood dragon of this level could even suck a life immortal realm blood demon to death in an instant, let alone a mere void refinement realm blood demon. If it was in the past, the 3 beasts would not necessarily be afraid of the blood sword. As long as the blood sword did not pierce through their defense, it would be fine. However, after fighting against the void refinement realm's spiritual puppets, the bodies of the 3 beasts were riddled with thousands of holes and their blood flowed like a river. At this moment, as long as the blood sword pierces into their wounds, the 3 beasts would certainly die. Trying to escape. It's too late. Ning Fan smiled coldly. With a single step, he turned into smoke and landed on the back of one of the void refinement realm ferocious beasts. He stared at the dense wounds on its body and ignored its pleading eyes. Then, he pierced the sword into its back. A ray of blood-red sword light pierced through the tip of the sword. The void refinement realm ferocious beast let out a deafening wail. Its body shriveled at an unbelievable speed. After 1 breath's time, its blood chi had already become dim. After 2 breaths' time, it was already all skin and bones. After 3 breaths' time, it let out a cry and fell to the ground, dead. Ning Fan's eyes were burning with passion. This was his first time killing a void refinement realm expert even if he had to rely on the power of the blood sword. His footsteps became slightly unstable. The blood sword that had devoured countless beasts' blood seemed to have become more courageous and attempted to devour Ning Fan again. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. This sword is really too difficult to control. As his footsteps swayed, he took another step forward and appeared on top of another void refinement realm ferocious beast, killing it with a single slash. Roar, the remaining void refinement realm ferocious beast was terrified. As a blood demon, it did not have the strength to resist the attack of the blood dragon demon sword at all. It tried its best to escape while enduring the attacks of the spiritual puppets. Ning Fan, on the other hand, wanted to chase after it with his traveling light. However, he helplessly realized that he really did not have a single trace of magic power left at the moment. Thus, he could no longer chase after it. Kill it. After giving an order to the 3 spiritual puppets, Ning Fan supported himself with his sword. He felt a little unsteady on his feet. It was his second time encountering such a tough battle. As the level of his enemies became higher and higher, it became harder for Ning Fan to kill them unhindered. In the dense forest far away, the miserable cries of the Void Refinement Realm ferocious beast could be heard. Needless to say, being besieged by the 3 spiritual puppets, its death was inevitable. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and kept the dragon blood on the ground. Helplessly, he realized that all the ferocious beasts that were killed by the blood sword had all dried up without any dragon blood remaining. There were a total of 120 wild beasts that died in Ning Fan's hands. He had obtained nearly 1,500 drops of dragon whiskers which filled up 15 pots. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 3 puppets returned with blank eyes while dragging the gigantic beast carcasses. There were actually 1,000 drops of dragon blood in the carcass of a Void Refinement Realm beast. It was 100 times more than a Divine Transformation Realm beast. Ning Fan could not help but feel a little regretful. If the other 2 Void Refinement Realm beasts were not completely sucked dry by the blood sword, he could still obtain another 2,000 drops of dragon blood. However, this kind of thought was just a thought. It was immediately dispelled by Ning Fan. In that kind of situation, he did not have the time to think about the dragon blood at all. He could only think about his own life and death. After careful calculation, Ning Fan had already collected 107 pots of dragon blood during this trip. In addition to the 3 pots that Old Man Chu gave him previously, he had a total of 110 pots. If all of them are brewed into blood wine, it would be 550,000 units of magic power. 10 years. Ning Fan only needed to wait for 10 years for this blood wine to be brewed. It would definitely not be difficult for him to break through to the Void Refinement Realm. After keeping the dragon blood, Ning Fan spread his spirit sense. Countless eyes of beasts were staring at him from all directions. There were even some Void Refinement Realm ferocious beasts among them. However, none of them dared to offend Ning Fan. To be more precise, they were not afraid of Ning Fan but the Blood Dragon Demon Sword. The dragon might of the Blood Dragon in the Demon Sword was too strong. It was so strong that they did not dare to resist it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he smiled bitterly. It seemed like as long as I have this sword, no beasts in the Blood Dragon pool would dare to attack me. If I knew this earlier, I would have taken out the demon sword in advance. Perhaps, I wouldn't even need to put up a tough fight. Ning Fan gently lifted the tip of the sword and said with cold eyes. Get lost. This word activated the might of the Blood Dragon sword. As soon as the dragon might dispersed, the group of beasts immediately shuddered and fled for their lives. It turns out that driving away the blood demons is so easy. As such, Ning Fan was no longer in a hurry to return to the first floor. With the blood sword, he would not be in any danger on the second floor. He randomly found a mountain peak and opened up a cave dwelling. He ordered the 3 puppets to guard the entrance of the cave with the blood sword and set up many restrictive formations inside the cave. Then, he shook his cauldron ring and summoned Yuchong-er. Yuchong-er was still unconscious. Her face was flushed after being tormented by the plucking finger and she was moaning in her sleep. Ning Fan removed the force from her finger. When the force of the plucking finger dissipated, she finally let out a moan and woke up. Am I dead? Is this the netherworld? She stared at the unfamiliar cave dwelling and felt a little dazed. You're not dead. Ning Fan felt a little exhausted. He leaned against the stone wall and sat down. It was his first time exhausting all of his magic power. As soon as he relaxed, he immediately noticed the wounds all over his body. The pain was unbearable but he just frowned. He did not care about the pain. You saved me. How did you get so badly injured? Yu Chong rubbed her eyes and gradually regained consciousness. When she saw Ning Fan who was covered in blood in front of her, her heart suddenly tightened. An indescribable feeling quickly filled her heart. How could it be? How could it be? I looked down on him and despised him so much, but he still risked his life to save me. I'll help you stop the bleeding. No need. Before Ning Fan could finish his words, Yu Chong grabbed his arm. As he struggled, countless wounds opened up on his body. Realizing that she had made another mistake, Yu Chong blamed herself. Ning Fan saved her, but she caused his wounds to open up and bleed non-stop. I have some pills here. Take them quickly, I can't take pills anymore. My immortal veins have already been filled to the limit by the pills. You stay here and protect me. I'll take a nap and the bleeding will stop by itself. Ning Fan did not explain the profoundness of the Black Star technique. With the Black Star technique, as long as Yu Chong did not torture him, it was just a matter of time before his injuries fully recovered. Exhaustion filled his heart. Ning Fan leaned against the stone wall and fell asleep. Yu Chong blamed herself even more. She used to boast that she was the daughter of the heavens and had a void fragmentation realm master. However, today, she finally realized how huge the gap between her so-called heavenly pride and Ning Fan was. She barely managed to escape from the attacks of the beasts with the help of her profound divinity spiritual equipment, the heaven-deceiving cloak. As for Ning Fan, he forcefully broke out of the void refinement realm encirclement by relying on his abilities. She did not know that Ning Fan did not escape from the encirclement. Instead, he killed all the ferocious beasts and returned with glory. However, it did not stop her from admiring Ning Fan. Yu Chong had to admit that Ning Fan was extremely strong. Even an early void refinement realm cultivator might not be able to survive after being chased by 3 void refinement realm beasts. Yu Chong had to admit that Ning Fan looked very handsome when he was sleeping soundly. He did not have a hypocritical smile, nor did he have the cold-bloodedness of the devil path. He was just as quiet as a young master next door. However, when she saw Ning Fan's pale face, she felt even more guilty. She recalled her master's words and the past was still vivid in her mind. Master once said that I'm the reincarnation of an insect king. In my previous life, I was a 100-grass insect king. I was born with a drop of sovereign blood in my body, which is the most nutritious item in the world. However, I only have 1 drop of it in my entire life, and it can bring a man back to life. Unfortunately, no matter how precious this blood is, it can't save a woman or my mother. However, this time, it was all thanks to Zhou Ming that I managed to find the blood dragon moss and survive the calamity. If I don't repay him, it would really go against my conscience. The hope of my mother recovering from her illness and the hope of me escaping from death are all given to me by him. This blood should be given to him. Looking at Ning Fan, who was sleeping soundly, Yu Chong's pretty face blushed for no reason. She gently bit the tip of her tongue and a drop of golden blood flowed out. She held it in her mouth and it melted with her saliva. She gently bit her lips and finally made an extremely bold decision. While Ning Fan was sleeping soundly, she kissed him on the lips and sent the golden blood into his body. Her slippery tongue slid into Ning Fan's mouth. This bold action made Yu Chong so embarrassed that she wanted to hide her face. No matter what, she was a revered elder of the Rain Palace and the beloved daughter of the Yu clan. How could she be so shameless as to forcefully kiss a man who was sleeping soundly? Even if it was to repay Ning Fan for saving her life, it was still too bold. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not know about this matter. Otherwise, Yu Chong really did not know how to explain it. After sending the golden blood into Ning Fan's body, Yu Chong was like a frightened deer. She hurriedly withdrew her tongue and tried to separate their lips. Then, Ning Fan, who was sleeping soundly, responded to her kiss. He hooked his tongue with hers, making her unable to get away. As they sucked and intertwined their tongues, Yuchong's pretty face turned red. She was on the verge of tears and cursed inwardly. Shameless. This Zhou Ming is too shameless. He's obviously sleeping. How could he still kiss me? That's right. He must have experienced a lot of tenderness in his daily life. He still has a physiological reaction when he's sleeping. He's really too shameless. If she was not sure that Ning Fan was really asleep, Yuchong would almost think that he was deliberately taking advantage of her. Unable to escape from Ning Fan's kiss, Yuchong helplessly lowered her body. She simply stopped trying to escape and let Ning Fan take advantage of her. In her heart, she only hoped that Ning Fan would not wake up. Otherwise, if he saw her being kissed, she was afraid that she would never be able to sever her relationship with him for the rest of her life. Gradually, Yuchong could not help but be immersed in this kiss. Her first kiss was gone, but this first kiss was very comfortable. Inside the cave dwelling, the faint moans of a woman could be heard. Her rapid breathing could also be heard. When Ning Fan finally let go of Yuchong and their lips separated, Yuchong hurriedly retreated to one side. She looked at Ning Fan as if she was looking at a devil. Her small lips were already swollen after being kissed by Ning Fan. Her mouth was filled with Ning Fan's saliva and smell. Yuchong sat on the ground in frustration. She thought to herself, does this mean that I have lost my chastity after such an entangled kiss? If Master finds out about this, I'm afraid he will beat me to death. Yuchong was slightly afraid. Chapter 393. Ning Fan was not in a deep sleep. In other words, it was impossible for him to have a deep sleep in such a dangerous place. In his dream, he faintly felt a pair of cold, soft lips on his, and he unconsciously responded. He thought that it was just a wet dream, but he did not expect that after their lips parted, his body actually began to heat up. The bloody battle had cost him a lot of essence blood. Although he had the Black Star art to heal him, he still had to consume a lot of essence blood to recover. However, Ning Fan suddenly realized that a drop of scalding golden blood came out of nowhere and entered his throat. It flowed into his dantian and turned into a rolling hot current. The missing essence blood had already been replenished at an unbelievable speed. At the same time, the demon crests on Yang Kai's back emitted blazing heat as they absorbed the power of this drop of golden blood. The drop of golden blood contained an enormous amount of magic power. If he were to refine it, he would be able to increase his magic power by at least 10,000 units. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was currently in a deep slumber. He could not control and refine the golden blood at will. All he could do was watch the devil marks devour the golden blood. Then, promotion. This devil pattern was originally a soldier rank devil pattern, an extremely ordinary stone soldier devil pattern. As soon as he stepped into the general realm, his devil marks evolved into the profound earth devil marks. Moreover, he cultivated it all the way to the peak of the third level of the Jade Life realm. He was just a step away from breaking through to the fourth level, and he had been lacking an opportunity. And this drop of golden blood was that opportunity. Ning Fan could feel that the devil marks on his back were boiling and burning. Above the demon mountain that was surrounded by clouds and mist, a vertical demonic eye slowly appeared. That demonic eye was still closed and hadn't opened. Even so, as soon as his devil eyes appeared, Ning Fan's body refinement realm seemed to have reached a certain point and he broke through to the fourth level of Jade Life body refinement realm. Coupled with the limits of the corpse devil body, the strength of his physical body was slightly stronger than an ordinary peak Jade Life realm cultivator, even though it was inferior to a golden body realm cultivator. Perhaps even venerated giant who had the strongest physical body among the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea was slightly weaker than Ning Fan. Ning Fan was rather speechless. He actually broke through to the body refinement realm in his sleep, but he had no idea where that drop of golden blood came from. What caught his attention the most was the image of the devil eye on the devil mountain on his back. That vertical eye of the devil pupil gave Ning Fan an extremely evil feeling. Ning Fan knew that his cultivation base on the devil Dao was already quite profound. However, he still found it hard to calm his mind in front of that devil eye. The devil chi in that devil eye was too strong and evil. Moreover, Ning Fan had an intuition. If he breaks through to the peak jade life realm and attains the golden body refining realm, his devil eyes would certainly open. At that time, his devil marks would advance to the martial rank and allow his devil marks to undergo another qualitative change. Ning Fan wasn't sure if the qualitative change was good or bad. However, he had a vague feeling that if he didn't pay attention to the advancement of the devil marks, he would most likely be devoured by the monstrous devil chi in the devil marks, losing his mind and completely sinking into the abyss of the devil Dao. If that's the case, I must go to the giant devil clan. What exactly does the name, Devil Luo, mean? I should go there and find out. Ning Fan made up his mind. After the golden blood dissolved, his essence blood recovered and his injuries healed even faster. Another day passed by. When the swelling in his immortal veins disappeared, Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes and woke up. The first thing he did after waking up was to consume a divine injury pill and carefully refine it to erase all of his internal injuries. The cave dwelling was slightly dark. Only a few moonlight stones inlaid on the stone walls emitted a gentle light. While Ning Fan was refining the medicinal power, he glanced around and saw Yu Chong, hugging her knees and curling up in front of him. She looked a little cold and her face was slightly pale. It seemed like her bloodline was damaged. After thinking about it carefully, Ning Fan's face lit up. That mysterious drop of golden blood was most likely given to him by Yu Chong. Looking at Yu Chong's slightly swollen lips, Ning Fan could imagine how this little girl absorbed the golden blood. Touching his lips, Ning Fan's eyes revealed a strange expression. It seemed like he was forcefully kissed by this little girl when he was sleeping. Yu Chong, Ning Fan muttered to himself. He rose to his feet and waved his sleeves, sprinkling rays of black starlight onto Yu Chong, to help her heal her injuries. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a set of white robes to change his blood-stained clothes. After that, he took out a fox fur coat made from the skin of a divine transformation realm demon and draped it over Yu Chong's body. After that, he stopped talking and continued to consume the divine injury pill and spirit restoration pill. Then, he adjusted his condition and gradually recovered to his peak state. After an unknown period of time, Yu Chong moaned and woke up. Her body swayed slightly and the fox fur coat slipped off her body. Immediately, her cheeks turned red. This fox fur coat is definitely not hers, thank you. Yu Chong was not a fool. She naturally knew that it was Ning Fan's concern. Thus, she thanked him uneasily. Only verbal thanks. Ning Fan's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. This little girl owed Ning Fan more than just a word of thanks. Why you? What else do you want? You just covered me with a fox fur coat. Do you still expect me to repay you with my body? Yu Chong's eyes were a little evasive. No. I saved your life. Aren't you going to repay me? Ning Fan deliberately said. Zhou Ming. Who would ask for a reward after saving someone's life? You have no manners at all. Yu Chong rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Manners? I saved you and you repay me. It's a matter of course. What does it have to do with manners? Or are you saying that Miss Yu Chong doesn't know how to repay my kindness and you think that it's a matter of course for me to save you? I don't think so. I have already repaid you. Yu Chong paused halfway through her words. Her face turned red and she could not continue her sentence. The way she repaid Ning Fan was a little embarrassing. It was fine for her to give him the blood of the insect sovereign but she just had to kiss him forcefully. How could she say it out loud? You have already repaid me. Why don't I know how you repaid me? No. I haven't repaid you yet. Stop asking. Yu Chong-er was secretly upset. That drop of golden blood had probably been given to Ning Fan for nothing. Nothing good would come out of it. Forget it. Ning Fan saved her life and also saved her mother's life at the same time. It could be said that he had saved her twice. Even if she had to repay him twice, it was only right. As long as she did not repay him with her body, there was no harm in repaying him once more. How do you want me to repay you? I also have a few types of high-grade 5th revolution pills with me. Even if you want the cultivation methods of my Yu clan, I can also secretly give them to you. I don't lack high-grade 5th revolution pills. As for the cultivation methods of your Yu clan, do you think I will be interested in them? Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. His eyes fell upon Yu Chong-er's exquisite and delicate body. Then, he raised his finger and pointed at her breasts. I want this. Zhou Ming. Don't go too far. You rascal. You're shameless. Yu Chong-er covered her breasts with her hands and felt a chill run down her spine. If Ning Fan wants her body, she would never give it to him even if she dies. Ning Fan's smile became even wider. Without saying anything else, he approached Yu Chong-er step by step and forced her to the corner of the wall. Yu Chong-er's expression became flustered. What are you trying to do? I'm here to get my reward for saving you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's fingertip moved towards Yu Chong-er's neck. Yu Chong-er was so frightened that she closed her eyes. However, she knew that she could not resist Ning Fan at all. She only felt the button on her robe being undone and her cloak slid down. Then, she realized that Ning Fan was actually taking off her clothes. In her embarrassment and anger, she really wished that she could cut Ning Fan with her sword. However, she also knew that she was no match for him no matter what. In her panic, there was also a hint of anticipation. It seemed like there were some thoughts that even she could not understand. However, she did not expect that after Ning Fan took off her cloak, he actually did not do anything else. He just looked at her with interest as if he was looking at a frightened deer. What are you afraid of? Ning Fan intentionally asked. Of course, I'm afraid that you'll do something to me. Seeing that Ning Fan did not do anything else, Yu Chong-er mustered her courage and opened her eyes. What she saw was that after Ning Fan took off her cloak and spiritual equipment, he actually took a few steps back. It seemed like he did not have the intention to violate her further. Why did you take off my cloak? She had some guesses but she asked with uncertainty. I've already told you. This cloak is my reward. Profound divinity spiritual equipment, huh? That's something that only void fragmentation realm old monsters are qualified to use. Did your master give it to you? What? The reward you mentioned is this cloak and not me? Yu Chong-er heaved a sigh of relief. However, her pretty face immediately turned awkward. Compared to losing his innocence, losing a cloak was naturally a small matter. However, no matter what, this cloak was still a profound divinity spiritual equipment. It was given to her by her 4 void fragmentation realm masters. She would not dare to simply give it to someone else. If her master asked, she wouldn't be able to answer. Divine Transformation Realm cultivators mostly used the Earth Profound Realm, Void Refinement Realm cultivators used the Heaven Profound Realm and Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators used the Divine Profound Realm. This cloak was quite valuable. You don't want to give it to me? Or do you think that your life is less valuable than a cloak? Ning Fan tried to provoke him. Of course my life is more valuable than the heaven-deceiving cloak. Humph, I'll give it to you. But in this case, we don't owe each other anything. All right. Ning Fan agreed without hesitation. He liked this cloak very much. The effect of this heaven-deceiving cloak was to conceal one's body. If one were to refine this spiritual equipment, even the spirit sense of a void fragmentation old monster would not be able to detect him. With Yu Chong's cultivation base, she was unable to refine this spiritual equipment. Just wearing it on her body was enough for her to flee for a few days in the second floor. It was enough to show how powerful this spiritual equipment was. Even though he had lost a spiritual puppet and several of them were severely injured, he had obtained quite a lot of dragon blood in exchange for a drop of golden blood and a profound divinity spiritual equipment. Ning Fan certainly did not suffer a loss. However, when he agreed to Yu Chong's request without hesitation, he did not notice a hint of disappointment flashing across her eyes. We don't owe each other anything. He's actually willing to be even with me. The thoughts of young girls were always very complicated. Yu Chong shook her head and cleared her mind. Then, she asked hesitantly. Are we going back to the first floor? She was a little scared. After all, in order to steal the blood dragon moss, she had angered the king beast and brought a fatal disaster to her elder brother and the other revered elders. She was afraid that those people would not let her go after they return. Are you very scared? Speaking of which, why did you go to the forest of king beasts to steal the herbs? Do you know that your elder brother was almost killed because of you? Ning Fan asked in surprise. He just thought that this little girl was spoiled and impulsive. It turned out that she would also be afraid when she did something wrong. I don't know. At first, I thought that with the heaven-deceiving cloak, I wouldn't be discovered by the king beast as long as I'm careful. This is the blood dragon moss. It's the herb used to cure my mother's illness. Our Yu clan has been searching for it for hundreds of years but we have never found a single stalk. I didn't expect to see it here. That's why I didn't think too much at that time. I just thought that I must steal this herb. Zhou Ming, does my elder brother hate me to death? Yu Chong lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. She knew that she had made a mistake. However, if she had to do it again, she would still take the risk, for her mother. Ning Fan could not help but fall into silence. This Yu Chong might be a little willful but her nature was not bad. Don't worry. None of them lost their lives. I've already saved them. If we return to the first floor, they won't dare to blame you for my sake. However, there are still 19 days before we leave the Dragon Pond. I want to continue fighting on the second floor during these 19 days. It's meaningless for us to return to the first floor. Are you crazy? The second floor is so dangerous. Yu Chong was exasperated. She thought to herself, is Ning Fan's brain made of wood? Does he not know how dangerous the second floor is? He really doesn't know how terrifying the scene of his white robes bathed in blood was. It's all right. I have a way to protect myself. Besides, if I can refine this heaven-deceiving cloak, I can even explore the third floor. Ning Fan was not joking. After refining the heaven-deceiving cloak, he could deceive the spirit sense of the void fragmentation realm and sneak into the blood dragon pond. No demon would be able to detect him. Even if he could not refine the cloak, he still had the blood dragon demon sword. It was still possible for him to roam freely in the second floor. As for his safety, he did not need to worry about it at all. However, regarding the blood dragon demon sword, Ning Fan would certainly not explain it to Yu Chong. The heaven-deceiving cloak. That's a profound divinity spiritual equipment. Only void fragmentation realm experts can refine it into their bodies. Yu Chong looked at Ning Fan with uncertainty. She did not think that Ning Fan could refine the profound divinity spiritual equipment. Void fragmentation realm It's not necessarily impossible for me to refine it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with confidence. He had already comprehended the 3 void fragmentation realm techniques. Every single thing he did was not earth-shattering. Refining a spiritual equipment might be extremely difficult but it was not impossible. At the very least, he could give it a try. His confident gaze fell upon Yu Chong'er's beautiful eyes. Immediately, the latter averted her gaze. Conceit would make a person appear arrogant while confidence would make a person appear infinitely charming. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes could make one's heart tremble. Perhaps, he can really do it. Yu Chong'er could not help but let her imagination run wild. Chapter 394. The heaven-deceiving cloak was of the profound divinity grade. Once it was refined into one's body, it could even block void fragmentation realm detection. Theoretically speaking, only void fragmentation realm experts could refine the profound divinity spiritual equipment. Even void refinement realm experts would find it difficult to refine it successfully. However, there was only one reason why Ning Fan had great confidence in refining the spirit. Because he was of the Fu Li bloodline, he had the last spirit in this world. The bloodline of the Fu Li clan was very powerful. Ning Fan possessed outstanding talents such as purple wings and illusory eyes. Most importantly, with the help of the Fu Li demon blood, Ning Fan was actually able to display the ancestral bloodline secret technique of the Black Dragon clan several times. The 5 burial dragon technique could only be used by members of the ancestral blood of the Black Dragon clan. However, Ning Fan was able to use it. Moreover, after devouring the ancestral blood of the Black Dragon, a trace of Fu Li ancestral blood was actually condensed in his body. The monster blood of the Fu Li race allowed them to cast the secret arts of other races and devour the ancestral blood of other races to advance their cultivation. From this point alone, they were superior to the other monster races. Spirit, how did I lose it? Ning Fan held the heaven-deceiving cloak in his hand and fell into deep thought. This cloak was sewn from the profound azure cloud thread, and then engraved with Yao art formations. On the left shoulder of the cloak, there was a rather special pattern. It seemed to be the emblem of some family. It was a pattern of red clouds. Without paying too much attention to the pattern, Ning Fan released a trace of demonic power, trying to deepen the connection between him and the cloak. At the same time, he invaded the cloak's spirit sense, trying to refine it. Bit by bit, he imprinted the ancestral blood of the Fu Li race onto the cloak. That cloak originally rejected Ning Fan to the extreme, as if it despised Ning Fan for having a low cultivation base which made him unworthy of refining the cloak. Then, after the Fu Li ancestral blood brand was imprinted on him, the cloaked figure seemed to be afraid of him and no longer dared to resist him. Without the cloak's resistance, Ning Fan would at most need 3 days to refine the heaven-deceiving cloak. Moreover, he would definitely succeed. The result of the test made Ning Fan's eyes lit up with delight, but at the same time, he was secretly shocked. The bloodline of the Fu Li race was truly heaven-defying. With the help of the Fu Li bloodline, it was actually so easy to refine the profound divinity spirit equipment. Seeing that Ning Fan had been sitting in a meditative posture for the entire day, Yu Chong'er felt a little bored. In the cave, Ning Fan was like a block of wood, ignoring her. Outside the abode, the 3 void refinement realm gate deities were blocking her way. She could not go out and she did not dare to either. There were void refinement realm ferocious beasts outside. Yu Chong'er squatted in the cave out of boredom and secretly observed Ning Fan's expression. When she saw how focused he was, she suddenly became a little dazed. The reason he has such strength is not because of luck. Master once said, those who are dedicated to the Tao will go far. That's probably referring to people like him. Yu Chong'er was scrutinizing Ning Fan. All of a sudden, she saw him putting down his cloak and looking at her. She quickly averted her eyes and pretended that nothing had happened. You've been looking at the heaven-deceiving cloak for a whole day. Do you think it's nice? Yu Chong'er loved to tease Ning Fan. You've been staring at me for half a day. Do I look good? Ning Fan asked. Who's looking at you? What's there to look at? Yu Chong'er fiercely shifted her gaze to the side and ignored Ning Fan angrily. Ning Fan also ignored her. He suddenly rose to his feet and put the cloak on his shoulders. Then, he continued walking towards the depths of the cave. At the end of the cave, he made a sweeping motion with his sword finger and opened up another stone room. Then, he told Yu Chong not to enter without permission. He wanted to refine the heaven-deceiving cloak. Even though he had already tamed the cloak, it was still risky since he was going to refine it despite his cultivation base. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He recalled the time when he refined the wind thunder wings in Great Jin. In the ancestral grave of Wei country, he had once obtained the enlightening art. Among them, there was also the sacrificial art which could increase the success rate of being recognized by 30%. After sealing the entrance of the stone room, Ning Fan put on the cloak and his body was suddenly engulfed in raging black flames. As the black flames burned, the heaven-deceiving cloak gradually showed signs of fusing into Ning Fan's body. At the same time, he felt an indescribable pain. His eyes widened and he sucked in a deep breath of cold air. The heaven-deceiving cloak was an immortal void-rank treasure. The magic power it contained was tremendous. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, it was naturally painful for him to bear such a powerful spiritual equipment. As the spiritual equipment was being refined, the all-heaven relic in Ning Fan's dantian actually showed signs of being devoured by the cloak. Both of them were treasures that could deceive heaven's secrets. However, the heaven-deceiving cloak was 2 grades higher than the all-heaven relic. One day later, the all-heaven relic was completely devoured by the cloak. 1/3 of the cloak had also been refined into Ning Fan's body. 2 days later, a trace of heaven-deceiving power began to envelop Ning Fan, messing up his fate and heaven's secrets. It was obvious that this heaven-deceiving cloak also had the effect of preventing cultivators from divining other than concealing his body. 3 days later, the cloak was completely refined into his body. Ning Fan kept the black flames in the room and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. With a thought in his mind, a cloak immediately appeared above his white robes out of nowhere and covered his entire body. Then, he disappeared from his original spot without leaving a trace of his qi. After keeping the cloak, Ning Fan's figure appeared on the spot with a satisfied smile on his face. With this cloak, I can still do some of my own things even if I'm under the nose of a void fragmentation realm expert. It will certainly come in handy in the future. Actually, there was no need for him to wait for the future. Right now, this cloak could already be put to great use. For 3 consecutive days, Ning Fan did not step out of his residence, making Yu Chong very anxious. Once a spiritual equipment of a higher grade fails to recognize its master, one would suffer a backlash. The stronger the spiritual equipment was, the heavier the backlash would be. Yu Chong was really worried that Ning Fan would die from the backlash of the cloak if he was not careful. Strange. What does it have to do with me whether Great Devil Lord Zhou is dead or alive? Why should I care about him? That's right. The reason why I care about him is because if he dies, no one would be able to bring me out of the 2nd floor. That must be the case. Yu Chong seemed to be trying her best to convince herself. She did not notice that the stone door cracked open a little and Ning Fan turned into a wisp of smoke and flew out lightly. Miss Chong, are you worried about me? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Che. Do you smell good? Why would I be worried about you? Yu Chong said in a hypocritical manner. However, when she saw that Ning Fan did not suffer any backlash from the spiritual equipment, she still felt relieved. She thought that Ning Fan had not started to refine the cloak yet. When she thought of the 3 days of fear and anxiety, Yu Chong did not know if her brain was wired wrongly. She actually advised Ning Fan to give up on refining the cloak. Ning Fan smiled without saying a word. Suddenly, he grabbed Yu Chong's wrist. With a shake of his body, he flew out of the cave in an instant. What was even more daring was that he did not bring his 3 spiritual puppets with him. Without the void refinement realm's spiritual puppets to deter him and the blood sword with him, Ning Fan was targeted by many blood demons almost as soon as he appeared outside the cave. All of a sudden, countless beasts roared and attacked Ning Fan. Yu Chong's small face turned pale with fright. She originally wanted to criticize Ning Fan for not having physical contact between men and women and try to break free from Ning Fan's evil claws. However, when she saw the group of beasts attacking her, she could not help but feel a little scared. She could not help but move closer to Ning Fan and beg. Let's go back quickly. If the void refinement realm blood demons discover us and attack us together, we will die. Are you afraid of death? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Of course. Of course I'm afraid. Yu answered honestly. I'm also afraid. So, we just don't let them discover us. Cloak, heaven-deceiving cloak. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. A black cloak suddenly appeared on his body, covering both him and Yu within it. The moment the cloak covered their bodies, the two of them seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, directly disappearing from the eyes of the group of beasts. Even a mid-void refinement realm ferocious beast was confused. It could not understand where the two of them had gone. In fact, the two of them did not go anywhere. They were still at the same place. They just used the cloak to conceal themselves so that no one could see them. The heaven-deceiving cloak. You have actually refined the heaven-deceiving cloak. This is an incredible matter. You have actually refined a profound divinity spiritual equipment that is at a higher cultivation level than you. Curling up in Ning Fan's arms, Yu found it unbelievable. Everything felt like a dream. What did this mean? It meant that from today onwards, if Ning Fan could not defeat anyone, he could just summon the cloak and flee calmly. Even a void fragmentation realm old monster might not be able to find him. Help me keep this secret. Ning Fan said solemnly. Why? Yu Chong's cheeks turned red. She did not ask why Ning Fan would keep the cloak a secret. Instead, she asked why Ning Fan was willing to trust her and think that she could keep the secret. There's no particular reason. I'm not afraid of others knowing about the cloak, but I don't like having all my trump cards exposed. Ning Fan obviously did not answer her question. He was not afraid of Yu or revealing the secret. He was just used to getting rich quietly. That was all. Ning Fan returned to his cave dwelling and brought the 3 spiritual puppets with him. They traveled on the second floor for 10 days. The two of them shuttled through the dense forest, passing by countless ferocious beasts. However, none of the ferocious beasts could detect their presence. Ning Fan would occasionally attack and instantly kill some divine transformation realm blood demons. Then, he would conceal himself with the cloak to avoid the trouble of being besieged. Like this, the success rate of his sneak attacks was extremely high. In the past 10 days, he had actually killed hundreds of wild beasts. As for Yu she was held in Ning Fan's arms for 10 consecutive days. At first, she was a little averse to it. However, after some time, she accepted it and got used to the feeling of his embrace. Although she was still grumbling incessantly, a strange feeling gradually rose in her heart. 10 days later, Ning Fan and Yu arrived at the central area of the second floor. There was only a pitch-black hole in the ground which seemed bottomless. Judging from the direction of the hole, it probably led to the third floor. There were a few peak void refinement realm ferocious beasts guarding the vicinity of the hole. Once they show themselves, Ning Fan could imagine how easily they would be killed by these ferocious beasts. The third floor of the Blood Dragon Pool was the place where only the Rain Sovereigns of each generation could enter for seclusion. If one were to trace back to its origin, this Blood Dragon Pool was built by a certain Rain Sovereign who was a demon pet of Chu Chang and for his cultivation. As they approached the hole, Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. The chi of dragon blood coming out from the hole was unimaginably vast. This made Ning Fan secretly speculate if there were tens of thousands of bottles of dragon blood hidden in the third floor of the cave. Otherwise, how could there be such a vast chi of dragon blood? Zhou Ming, I'm a little scared. Let's go back. We will leave the blood dragon pool in 9 days. It's about time for us to go back. Yu Chong looked at the four-peak void refinement realm ferocious beasts guarding the hole and trembled. Four-peak void refinement realm ferocious beasts. Perhaps even a true void fragmentation realm expert would have a hard time dealing with them. Even though Yu Chong knew that she was protected by the heaven-deceiving cloak, she still felt scared. She really did not want to die in this place, especially with Ning Fan. I want to explore this hole. If you're scared, you can choose to be knocked unconscious by me and put into my cauldron ring. Ning Fan teased. You still want to knock me unconscious? How dare you? Yu Chong was a little angry. She vaguely remembered that she was knocked unconscious by Ning Fan when she escaped from the encirclement of the void refinement realm beasts last time. This time, Ning Fan's expression actually remained unchanged and he even said such words that showed no tenderness towards the fairer sex. It was really infuriating. Do you think I dare or not? This is. Ning Fan was just joking at first. However, after activating his Fuli demon eyes and seeing the scene at the end of the hole, his expression suddenly changed. He had never expected that the so-called third floor of the blood dragon pool would actually look like this. In this world, he was probably the only one who could enter the seclusion place of the previous Reign Sovereign. Therefore, in order to not expose some of his secrets, he really had to knock Yu Chong unconscious. I'm sorry. You look so scared. Sleep for a while first. I'll wake you up 9 days later. Ning Fan did not give Yu Chong any chance to resist. Without showing any tenderness towards the fairer sex, he pointed a finger at her shoulder and collarbone. A trace of plucking finger force entered her body. Yu Chong's consciousness gradually fell into a daze. She naturally knew that Ning Fan was really trying to knock her unconscious. She angrily bit Ning Fan's shoulder and fainted just like that. However, before she fainted, she suddenly felt shocked. I'm really shameless. I actually bit Ning Fan's shoulder. It's really unsightly for me to do such an ambiguous act. I'm sorry. Ning Fan let out a sigh. I'm afraid that the third floor is a great opportunity for him. Therefore, it was indeed inappropriate for him to let Yu Chong follow him. He had a lot of secrets. It might not necessarily be a good thing for Yu Chong to know about it. After keeping Yu Chong into his cauldron ring for the time being, Ning Fan's figure flashed and flew towards the third floor of the underground cave. He could feel that the chi of the dragon blood in this place was getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps, there really were tens of thousands of bottles of dragon blood in this place. The seclusion place of the previous Reign Sovereigns. Ever since the generation of Hong Yun, no one else could enter this place. Even the current Reign Sovereign did not know what kind of scene it was. Today, it was Ning Fan's turn to enter this place. Chapter 395. Ning Fan moved stealthily in the underground cave. He didn't know how far he had walked, but at the end of the dark tunnel stood a giant silver door. The gate was 100,000 feet tall, and there were 12 silver stone lions standing outside. However, when Ning Fan's figure appeared and approached the stone lions, the dull eyes of the 12 stone lions turned to Ning Fan's and emitted a cold murderous intent. It was as if he would be killed by the 12 stone lions if he went any closer to the giant door. Ning Fan's heart shuddered. If he was not wrong, these 12 stone lions were the product of some kind of formation. It was built here because it was infused with the power of the formation to protect the gate and attack all trespassers. Each of the 12 stone lions emitted the chi of a first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Once attacked by the 12 stone lions, even if it was the Rain Emperor, he would probably suffer some injuries. These stone lions couldn't be brought away or moved away. The fact that they were sculpted in this place gave Ning Fan a great shock. The Rain Emperor who built the Blood Dragon Pool was so generous. He actually used 12 Void Fragmentation Realm stone statues to protect him during his seclusion. You should know that even the current Rain Palace only has 11 Void Fragmentation Realm experts, including the current Rain Sovereign. After calming himself down, Ning Fan halted his steps and no longer dared to approach the giant door without permission. It was rumored that ever since the Red Cloud Rain Emperor, there had already been 3 generations of Rain Emperors who had not been able to enter this place to cultivate. There must be a reason behind this. Regarding this reason, Ning Fan had already guessed it before entering the underground cave. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the 12 stone lions and finally landed on an inconspicuous groove on the giant door. The groove was only the size of a palm, as if something had to be inserted to open the giant door. Without this object, even if the stone lions didn't attack the visitor wouldn't be able to open the giant door. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a silver token. That token was precisely the Rain Emperor's token that he had obtained from the 8th floor of the Lost World Tower. The 3rd level of the Blood Dragon Pool was a cultivation ground specially prepared for the Rain Emperor. Why is it that no one can enter the Red Cloud first generation? When he saw the indent, he already had a guess. The size of the indent was exactly the same as the Rain Sovereign's token. Most likely, all of this was related to the Rain Emperor's token. After Hong Yun, there were already 3 generations of Rain Emperors who had lost their Rain Emperor's badge. Now that this item had fallen into Ning Fan's hands, he wondered if he could open the cultivation treasure vault that even the 3 generations of Rain Sovereigns could not open. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. If I still get attacked by the stone lions with this token, I will immediately use the heaven-deceiving cloak to escape. Even though these stone lions have the strength of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert, they might not be able to detect my whereabouts. Ning Fan made up his mind and stepped into the attacking range of the stone lions. Vigilance rose in his heart. The moment the stone lions showed any signs of attacking, he would immediately retreat in stealth. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the attacking range of the stone lions, the killing intent of the 12 stone lions locked onto him. However, when the empty gazes of the 12 lions landed on the Rain Emperor's token, their killing intent immediately disappeared. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the 12 stone lions actually knelt on their knees and lowered their heads to Ning Fan's direction. After they kowtowed, 12 ancient and stiff voices came out. Greetings. Divine Emperor. Ning Fan's eyes lit up with joy. As expected, the key to opening the 3rd level of the Blood Dragon Pool was this Rain Emperor's token. But in the next moment, Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. When the 12 stone lions knelt down, there was an indescribable pressure pressing down on Ning Fan's. That pressure did not have any malicious intent. That pressure was produced by void fragmentation realm experts who knelt down. When one's cultivation base reached the void fragmentation realm, he or she already had a connection with the heavenly Tao and was about to become an immortal. Not everyone could accept the kneeling of a void fragmentation realm expert. If one's aura was not strong enough, he or she might even be kneeled to death by a void fragmentation realm expert. Even an early void refinement realm expert would probably die from kneeling to the 12 void fragmentation realm stone lions. Even a peak void refinement realm expert would not be able to avoid getting injured. Ning Fan continuously took 100 steps back. However, the aura force which was as vast as the sea was getting closer and closer to him. This scene was similar to the scene when he went up the Bright Moon Tower in the northern desert city of the Luo Yun tribe. He was subdued by the aura force, comprehended the aura force ascension technique and comprehended the Sovereign Shadow's ability, Sovereign Shadow. Ning Fan stopped moving. His eyes shone with golden light and a golden shadow that was several zhang tall appeared behind him. At the moment when the golden shadow appeared, Ning Fan's body was enveloped in golden light. He took a step forward and stepped into the aura force without any fear. Break! He uttered the word coldly as if he had become a void fragmentation realm sovereign expert after adding the sovereign shadow. With the might of the sovereign shadow, it actually shattered the power of the 12 stone lions who knelt down and kowtowed. All of you, rise. Yes. The 12 stone lions slowly rose to their feet. Once again, their spirituality was greatly reduced and they became ordinary stone statues. Ning Fan looked at the sovereign shadow behind him and calmed himself down. If he did not condense the sovereign shadow, he would probably be injured and killed by the aura force. The 3 void fragmentation realm techniques were incarnation, soul extraction and sovereign shadow. The first 2 were the secret techniques that Ning Fan used the most. The incarnation technique would first create a clone and devour it. The clone could then turn illusory into a real body and defend against many attacks. Moreover, the clone could also extend many secret techniques from the clone, such as the Black Tempest soul splitting technique. The soul extraction technique would extract the souls of all living beings in the world to improve one's magic power. It was a secret technique that countless cultivators yearned to learn. As for the sovereign shadow, it had a greater use. The aura force of the sovereign shadow was one of its uses, but it was not its true purpose. The ultimate purpose of condensing the sovereign shadow was to refine the sovereign chi. However, it was not something that any cultivator could achieve. When the sovereign chi is cultivated to a certain extent, it could devour heavenly lightning and earthly fire, block calamities and tribulations, conceal the heavenly secrets and immortal souls. It could also be used as a supreme offensive technique. The incarnation technique focused on defense while the soul extraction technique focused on support. As for the sovereign shadow, it focused on offense. Ning Fan condensed the sovereign shadow, but it did not have a trace of sovereign chi. Rumor had it that among the 11 void fragmentation realm experts in the Rain Palace, only the Rain Sovereign had completely condensed a trace of sovereign chi. Even Chu Chang'an, who had served several generations of divine sovereigns, only managed to condense half a trace of sovereign chi. Even so, many people still respectfully addressed Old Man Chu as Sovereign Chu. The word sovereign represented the sovereign chi. A trace of sovereign chi was as light as cotton, but it could suppress mountains and rivers. If Ning Fan had a trace of sovereign chi and knelt down to the 12 stone lions, the one who would be injured would certainly not be him but the stone lions. In the 9 worlds, even an ordinary void fragmentation realm expert would not be able to withstand the kneeling of a sovereign chi. The reason why the sovereign rain primordial art given to him by Hong Yun was listed as the strongest cultivation method of the Rain Palace was because it recorded several secret techniques that utilized sovereign chi. When the Rain sovereigns of the past condensed their sovereign chi and displayed their secret techniques, it would be difficult for them to find a match for those at the same level as them unless they were facing a sovereign expert. Ning Fan stared at the sovereign shadow and fell into deep thought. Currently, he did not have any sovereign chi. Other than using the sovereign shadow to block some of the aura force, he could not use it to attack at all. To Ning Fan, sovereign chi was something that he could only hope to obtain. If he condenses his sovereign chi at this moment, he would probably become a sovereign expert of the Rain world. It was just too ridiculous. Without the obstruction of the stone lions, Ning Fan walked closer to the giant door. The door was also emitting a vast aura force. Fortunately, Ning Fan was not afraid of the aura force of the giant door with the help of the sovereign shadow. With a flick of his finger, he inserted the Rain Sovereign token into the groove. Immediately, the giant door let out a loud rumbling sound and slowly opened. After keeping the Rain Sovereign token, Ning Fan took a step into the giant door. In an instant, the giant door slowly closed. No one knew that Ning Fan had entered the forbidden area that even 3 generations of Rain Sovereigns could not enter. As far as the eye could see, this place was a splendid and magnificent palace. This palace was only used for the cultivation of the past rain sovereigns. In the middle of the palace, there was a circular pool that was only several zhang in size. It was filled with dragon blood. It seemed to be used for people to soak in it and cultivate. On the roof of the palace directly above the blood pool, there was a tiny hole that seemed to be connected to the first and second floors. It continuously drew the dragon blood of countless blood demons into this place. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the blood pool and he immediately took a deep breath. This blood pool was filled with dragon blood. There were probably tens of thousands of pots of it. How much magic power would be contained in such a large amount of dragon blood? This dragon blood was collected drop by drop from the blood dragon pool. If it was the era of the previous rain sovereigns, they would certainly not be able to accumulate so much dragon blood. Perhaps just half of the pool would be completely refined by the previous rain sovereigns. Ning Fan was lucky. It had been 3 generations since the last rain sovereign came to the 3rd floor of the blood dragon pool. All of the dragon blood was accumulated here, waiting for Ning Fan to enjoy it. Ning Fan stared at the pool of dragon blood. He was absolutely reluctant to use this pool of dragon blood to soak in it. 10,000 jugs of dragon blood brewed into blood wine would be equivalent to 50 million units of magic power. It was highly possible for him to break through to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm after devouring the entire pool of dragon blood. From this blood pool, Ning Fan could almost see the hope of ascending to the heavens with a single step. However, a moment later, he seemed to have noticed something. Immediately, a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Destroyed, even though there was a lot of dragon blood in this pool, it was all destroyed by this pool. There was a great formation set up in the blood pool, and all of the dragon blood was converted into bath water, so it could no longer be used to brew wine. Ning Fan could only choose to take a bath in this place. It was impossible for him to refine the dragon blood and attain the void fragmentation realm. Even if Ning Fan's Tao heart was firm, he could not help but feel a little shaken. When a cultivator who had been cultivating painstakingly and longing to reach the void fragmentation realm suddenly saw the hope of breaking through to the void fragmentation realm, how joyous would that be? When he found out that his joy was for naught, how sad was that? However, his Tao heart only wavered for a moment before it was stopped by Ning Fan. He gazed at the pool of blood in silence, pondered carefully, and then came to an understanding. To a divine transformation realm or void refinement realm cultivator, the blood wine brewed from this pool of dragon blood had the hope of breaking through to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, to the rain sovereign who was at the void fragmentation realm, the magic power contained in this pool of dragon blood was perhaps insignificant. The rain sovereign who built this blood dragon pool must have spent so much effort to build this pool of blood for bathing. It was certainly not just for bathing. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he immediately guessed that this blood pool must be of great importance to the rain sovereign's cultivation. That purpose was even more important than breaking through to the next level of cultivation. Therefore, this dragon blood was not used to brew wine but to build a pool. Ning Fan made up his mind and scanned the palace with his eyes as if he was searching for something. In this palace, other than this blood pool, there were also many good things. On an ancient shelf, there were many jade slips and ancient books. Ning Fan flipped through them one by one. To his surprise, he found out that the jade slips here were the cultivation experiences of cultivators. Not only did they come from the rain world, but there were also those from other worlds as well. Moreover, there were even the experiences of ancient immortals. The focus of these experiences were all sovereign shadow and sovereign qi. Other than that, Ning Fan also found piles of immortal jade at the end of the palace and Tao crystals. A Tao crystal was equivalent to 5 million immortal jade. There were at least 1,000 Tao crystals in this place which was equivalent to 5 billion immortal jade. Apart from that, the engravings on the walls of the palace were filled with pictures and words. When Ning Fan looked at them carefully with his spirit sense, he found out that the pictures and words recorded the experiences of the previous reign sovereigns when they cultivated the sovereign shadow and condensed their sovereign qi. At the end of the palace, Ning Fan found a stone platform with a round crystal enshrined on it. As soon as he saw the crystal, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. This crystal was actually the inheritance crystal that could only be found in the four heavens immortal worlds. The inheritance crystal could directly pass on the cultivation experiences of cultivation methods and secret techniques to the cultivators of the later generations. As for how much inheritance one could obtain, it would depend on the cultivator's innate talent and comprehension ability. A bold guess rose in Ning Fan's mind. Everything in this place was related to the sovereign shadow and sovereign qi. Could it be that the purpose of building the blood pool was to help the previous reign sovereigns condense their sovereign qi and become sovereigns? If that's the case, could Ning Fan use the resources here to condense his first trace of sovereign qi? In the Rain Palace, there was only one reign sovereign who could condense sovereign qi. From today onwards, would there be another Ning Fan? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with excitement. If everything was as he had guessed, the blood pool existed to condense sovereign qi. Without a doubt, bathing in the dragon blood was much more cost-effective than directly increasing his magic power. Whether it was as he had guessed, he would know once he examined the crystal. Ning Fan wanted to see what kind of inheritance the previous reign sovereigns had left behind in this place. He pressed his palm on the crystal. At the next moment, countless memories were transmitted into his body from the crystal. In his sea of consciousness, he seemed to hear a voice that was teaching him. I am the demonic cloud reign sovereign. I set up the dragon pool for the future reign sovereigns to condense sovereign qi. After hearing this voice, countless memories flowed into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness like tidal waves. Ning Fan's eyes became even more fervent. Among those memories, it even included the entire cultivation method of the sovereign reign primordial art. In the end, he was able to confirm one thing: this place was indeed prepared for the purpose of gathering the monarch qi. If he can condense a trace of sovereign qi, he could completely suppress an early void refinement realm cultivator even if he was a divine transformation realm cultivator. Chapter 396. Layers of vast memories entered Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Compared to ancient chaos memories, the inheritance crystal didn't contain as much memories. The memories of the ancient chaos included medicine, divination, astrology, and countless profound principles of cultivation. And within this crystal, only the fiendish cloud reign emperor's comprehension of sovereign's shadow and sovereign's qi were inherited. Naturally, there were some secret arts of the Rain Palace. The bewitching cloud reign emperor cultivated sovereign qi, and what he relied on was the sovereign reign origin art. As a result, the inheritance crystal had an extremely clear analysis of this art. An hour later, the light from the crystal gradually dimmed. He moved his palm away from the crystal and closed his eyes, digesting the memories and comprehensions in his sea of consciousness. Not only was there the demonic cloud reign emperor's comprehension, there was also the comprehension of several generations of reign emperors. The demonic cloud's reign sovereign became famous 70,000 years ago, and Chu Chang and was also a void fragmentation realm senior of that era. Therefore, even though Chu Chang and was a member of the demon race and was not accepted by the Rain Palace, he was still an indispensable figure in the Rain Palace because of his illustrious identity. After Yao Yun's death, there were two generations of reign sovereigns. None of them were titled reign sovereigns until Hong Yun broke through to the sixth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and obtained another title. Hong Yun was the last reign emperor who had received the inheritance and left behind his comprehension. This meant that there was a total of the comprehensions of 4 reign emperors in the crystal. After Hong Yun, it was another 3 generations before the current generation. This generation's reign emperor had never obtained this kind of comprehension. Ning Fan obtained it. Not only did he gain enlightenment, but there was also an indescribable power in the crystal that helped Ning Fan break through all the bottlenecks of the first 5 layers of primordial art. Half a day later, Ning Fan opened his eyes and digested all the inheritance of the cultivation method. The comprehension of the sovereign chi of the 4 divine sovereigns was no trivial matter. After receiving their guidance, Ning Fan had nearly comprehended all the key points of the 7 levels of the sovereign reign primordial art. Since Ning Fan had already comprehended the cultivation method, he entered the profound Yin world. In the profound Yin world, a day's worth of cultivation was 100 times that of the outside world. 3 days was equivalent to 300 days of bitter cultivation. With the insights of the 4 divine sovereigns and the breakthrough of the bottleneck of the first 5 levels of the cultivation method, Ning Fan had completely cultivated the sovereign reign primordial art to the 5th level. 3 days later, Ning Fan was expelled from the profound Yin world. As such, there were still 5 days left until they left the blood dragon pool. Ning Fan kept away all the immortal jades, Tao crystals, jade slips and ancient books. Then, he stood beside the blood pool with a solemn expression. By chance, he had entered the 3rd level of the blood dragon pool and opened the inheritance that 3 generations of divine emperors had failed to open. If he couldn't use the blood pool to condense a strand of sovereign chi, how could he be satisfied? Now that the monarch reign origin art had reached the 5th layer, he could condense enough monarch chi. There was more dragon blood in the pool than there was when Yao Yun, Hong Yun, and the other reign emperors of the past 4 generations had condensed their sovereign chi, so there was naturally no shortage of dragon blood. The insights of the 4 divine sovereigns could also prevent Ning Fan from making any mistakes while condensing the sovereign chi. His luck was purple, and the situation of the heavens not protecting him would not occur. The right time and the right place to condense the monarch chi were all perfect. All that was lacking was, the people. If Ning Fan fails to condense the sovereign chi, the only possible reason would be that his cultivation base is too low. Which of the past reign sovereigns who had condensed the sovereign chi was not at the void fragmentation realm? How could a divine transformation realm cultivator like Ning Fan enter the blood pool and condense his sovereign chi? However, among all the past reign emperors, including Yao Yun, which one of them had managed to form an emperor's shadow when they were at the deity transformation stage? Ning Fan's cultivation base was too low. It was the biggest uncertainty in the condensation of sovereign chi. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try. If he succeeded in condensing the sovereign chi and broke through to the void fragmentation realm in the future, he would certainly be invincible among those at the same level as him, unless he was a sovereign expert. Since Moksha Sovereign was the divine sovereign of the devil world, he must have the sovereign chi in his body. In that case, how could Ning Fan be weaker than Moksha Sovereign? With a solemn expression, Ning Fan took a step into the blood pool and immersed himself in it. The moment his skin came into contact with the dragon blood, it immediately burned and festered. This was dragon blood. All the dragon blood added up to a few 100 million units of magic power. As he immersed himself in the purest form of magic power, he felt as if his 5 internal organs were burning. As soon as his blood chi touched his body, his mind was immediately thrown into chaos and his eyes turned blood red. Without any hesitation, he circulated the monarch reign origin art. Relying on the origin art to protect his body, his mind gradually became clear. After summoning the sovereign's shadow, Ning Fan's eyes shone like a deity and his aura was as powerful as the sun and the moon. He frantically formed hand seals at the bottom of the blood pool. His body was too weak to withstand the might of the dragon blood. However, his emperor's shadow did not hurt or die. It could be used as a vessel for a pool of dragon blood. Refine. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with madness. He was going to refine all the magic power of the hundreds of millions of units into his emperor's shadow. Traces of dragon blood entered the shadow. Even though the emperor's shadow still did not have a face, it became more solid. A golden vortex rose from the heart of the emperor's shadow. As soon as the vortex took shape, the vast amount of dragon blood was sucked into the shadow uncontrollably. The faint golden emperor's shadow began to emit a layer of blood light. In just 2 hours, all the dragon blood in the entire pool was absorbed by the emperor's shadow. The first step is a success. Ning Fan sat cross-legged at the bottom of the blood pool with a hint of joy in his eyes. There were 3 steps to condense the sovereign qi. The first step was to condense the natal sovereign's shadow of the cultivator. Otherwise, the cultivator would not be qualified to condense the sovereign qi at all. In other words, Ning Fan had only completed the first step when he condensed the sovereign's shadow in the past. The second step was to prepare enough spiritual herbs and spiritual items for the sovereign's shadow. Through cultivation and comprehension, the sovereign's shadow would gradually devour the power of those natural treasures. This process required a void fragmentation realm expert to spend countless years comprehending and cultivating a sovereign qi cultivation method. Ning Fan had obtained the cultivation method and comprehension from the Crystal of Inheritance. There were tens of thousands of bottles of dragon blood in the pool. They had also provided sufficient nourishment for the sovereign's shadow to condense the sovereign qi. Next, there was only the third step left, to completely condense the sovereign qi. This step required the cultivator to merge with the sovereign's shadow. This step was the one that Ning Fan was the most worried about. His cultivation base was too low. If he merges with the sovereign's shadow, the massive power of the pool of dragon blood would undoubtedly be added to his body. In an instant, Ning Fan's body might directly explode from the power of the dragon blood. His palms were slightly sweaty. This was undoubtedly another huge gamble. Giving up the third step would mean losing the chance to condense the sovereign qi. However, there was no need for him to take the risk. Choosing the third step would give him the chance to condense the sovereign qi, but he might also suffer a severe backlash. Between life and death, Ning Fan's mind was in a mess. However, when his sea of consciousness recalled the scenes of gratitude and vengeance, his heart suddenly calmed down. He could not run away. If he had run away in the past, Weiyang would have already died in the hands of Zhang Qing. Her soul would have been completely destroyed and she would not have the chance to reunite with him in her next life. If he had run away in the past, the 7 Apricot City would have been razed to the ground by Moksha Sovereign and he would certainly become a stray dog from that day onwards. The incarnation technique can ensure that I won't die even if I lose. The Black Star technique can ensure that I won't die even if I get injured. Even if I lose, I will only suffer heavy injuries and lose my cultivation base. If I succeed, I will also be a sovereign realm expert from today onwards. I want to become a sovereign realm expert. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. A wave of resolute aura force rose from his body. As his aura force rose, a trace of the qi of the insect sovereign's blood in his blood resonated with it. That blood was a gift from Yuchong, her. That blood was once the blood of her reincarnation as the insect sovereign. With this blood, Ning Fan's chances of condensing the sovereign qi would be much higher. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan took a step forward and overlapped with the sovereign's shadow. As soon as the sovereign's shadow, which was glowing with blood-red light, merged with Ning Fan, faint golden light of burning blood immediately rose around his body. A vast magic power burst out from his body. In just an instant, his physical body was torn into pieces by the power of the dragon blood. However, by using the incarnation, the black shadow regained its form. Even though its face was pale, it was fearless. Refine. Ning Fan's fingers moved rapidly and forcefully refined the dragon blood into the sovereign's shadow. Traces of faint golden threads began to take shape within the sovereign's shadow. The light of the dragon blood on the sovereign's shadow was slowly diminishing. As for Ning Fan, he extracted all the souls of the earth and summoned his 5 natal stars. He then consumed half a bottle of healing medicine to recover his injuries at a crazy rate. Rumble, before Ning Fan's injuries were fully healed, his body exploded for the second time. He was still determined to refine the sovereign Qi without any fear in his eyes. I want to become a sovereign realm expert. A sense of pride rose in Ning Fan's heart. He had always been a proud person. His pride was not about fighting to the death for an undeserved reputation or a quarrel. His pride was not about submitting to any power or authority for his entire life. He wanted to become a sovereign who ruled over others instead of being ruled by others. Today, he condensed the first trace of sovereign Qi. In the future, he would become an immortal sovereign and stand at the peak of 1 billion worlds. In the past 5 days, Ning Fan's body exploded again and again. However, he reformed his body every time to suppress his injuries. On the first day, his body exploded 102 times. On the second day, his body exploded 75 times. On the third day, his body exploded 51 times. On the fourth day, his body exploded 12 times. On the fifth day, his body only exploded 3 times. The power of the dragon blood was becoming weaker and weaker. It was no longer dangerous. As time went by, Ning Fan's body shone like a golden god. His eyes shone like the sun and moon, and his aura was like the firmament. Above his body, there was a golden light in the shape of a dragon soaring around his body. The first trace of sovereign Qi was completely condensed. He was just one step away from success. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with pride. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the firmament coldly, as if he was talking to the heavens. I want to become a sovereign realm expert. He opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon-shaped golden light into his abdomen. Then, his eyes suddenly became domineering. A vast aura force swept across the entire palace. Countless ancient bookshelves were directly lifted away by Ning Fan's aura force. He performed a hand seal and a sovereign's shadow suddenly appeared behind him. This sovereign's shadow still did not have a face, but it grew to 10 zhang tall from 10 zhang tall. Its color also changed from pale gold to pure gold. Ning Fan stomped on the ground and the ground immediately trembled. A trace of sovereign Qi swirled around his body. I succeeded, his eyes were calm. He knew that he would succeed. Because if he fails, he would keep trying until he succeeds. The passage to the blood dragon pool had already been opened. Now, Ning Fan could leave the pool at any time. Ning Fan held the Rain Sovereign token in his hand and pointed at it indifferently. A ray of golden light went into the token. Under the activation of the sovereign Qi, his figure suddenly disappeared from the 3rd level and reappeared on the 2nd level. With his eyes that had condensed sovereign Qi, he could naturally see that the Rain Sovereign token had the ability to leave the pool at any time. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he appeared in front of an early void refinement realm ferocious beast on the 2nd level of the swamp. His eyes were indifferent. He did not summon his void refinement realm spiritual puppet, nor did he take out his blood dragon demon sword. He just wanted to confront the beast with his sovereign Qi. Roar! The void refinement realm ferocious beast panicked a little when it saw Ning Fan appearing out of nowhere. However, it calmed down immediately. It could not understand why an early void refinement realm being like it would lose its composure when facing a divine transformation realm being. It could not understand why an early void refinement realm being like it would lose its composure when facing a divine transformation realm being. Roar! Very soon, it got rid of its fear. It was a void refinement realm being. Why would it be afraid of a divine transformation realm being? This is ridiculous. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of natal green lightning. In an instant, it turned into 1 million rays of lightning as if it was going to engulf Ning Fan. In the past, Ning Fan could only evade such terrifying lightning. Even if he uses his incarnation to block it, he would still suffer severe injuries. This time, however, Ning Fan would not evade it. With a flick of his finger, a ray of golden light shot out and soared into the sky like a flying dragon. As soon as the golden light soared into the sky, it immediately split into 1,000,000 rays and turned into countless rays of golden light that covered the entire sky. The golden rays of light slowly condensed into a gigantic golden mountain that was 10,000 zhang tall. That gigantic mountain pressed down on the void refinement realm ferocious beast's head. As soon as the 1,000,000 rays of green lightning touched the golden mountain, they all collapsed and dissipated. Its falling speed was even faster than the traveling speed of a late void refinement realm cultivator. The void refinement realm ferocious beast had no way to evade it at all. Boom! As soon as the golden mountain pressed down, the ferocious beast's spine was crushed. Its blood flowed like a river as it fell to the ground and died. As for that suppressive force, it directly caused the second level of the blood pool to shake violently. Countless void refinement realm ferocious beasts began to panic. All the ferocious beasts whose cultivation bases were lower than the mid-void refinement realm looked at Ning Fan with unprecedented shock. All of them hid in a corner, afraid that Ning Fan would appear out of nowhere again to suppress them. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. That gigantic golden mountain killed a void refinement realm ferocious beast just by pressing down. Its destructive power was too terrifying. Is this the power of sovereign qi? A single trace of sovereign qi is enough to kill an early void refinement realm expert. If there are 10 traces, 100 traces, 1,000 traces or even 10,000 traces, how destructive would its destructive power be? Sovereign qi is an offensive technique among the 3 void fragmentation realm techniques. Ning Fan dispersed his sovereign qi. With just a casual glance, he scared the beasts away. The suppression of this trace of sovereign qi by the golden mountain had nearly exhausted all of his magic power. Even though sovereign qi was powerful, its consumption was also huge. After keeping the void refinement realm dragon blood, Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. Today, he killed an early void refinement realm expert for the first time with his own strength. Today, he was at the void refinement realm. In the future, he would be at the void fragmentation realm. The day he killed Moksha Sovereign with his own hands wouldn't be too far away. Time to go. The group of demonic beasts had already gathered and Ning Fan's magic power had been depleted. It would be difficult for him to instantly kill the other void refinement realm beasts. There was no point in staying here any longer. It was more important to return to the Dragon Lake and complete Senior Yun's test. If Ning Fan returns late, no one knew if Yun Tianjue would lose the bet. He didn't want to see Yun Tianjue's furious expression after losing his beloved sword. As soon as he activated the Rain Sovereign's token, Ning Fan's figure gradually faded and disappeared from the second floor. The Rain Palace of the Middle State was in an uproar. In the ancestral temple of the Rain Palace, the giant statue of the Rain Ancestor that was worshipped day and night shone with golden light. Tens of millions of miles of land in the Middle Continent were covered in golden clouds. As a cultivator of the Middle Continent, it was impossible for him to not know the meaning behind such a phenomenon. The new Rain Emperor had been born. But, how could this be possible? The current Rain Emperor had yet to pass away, so how could a new Rain Emperor be born? Who condensed sovereign qi? Was it Yun Xiaoxiang or Yun Tianjue? The Rain Sovereign gathered countless experts of the Middle State and questioned them the moment he opened his mouth. It seemed like even he did not understand why the statue of the Rain Ancestor would show such an unusual phenomenon. Even though he did not know the reason, he could guess that someone in the Rain world must have condensed sovereign qi using the Sovereign Rain primordial art. Otherwise, the statue of the Rain Ancestor would not show such an unusual phenomenon. Who could it be? Yun Xiaoxiang was the second prince and also the biological son of the current Rain Sovereign. If Yun Xiaoxiang condensed sovereign qi, the Rain Sovereign would certainly be happy. However, if it was Yun Tianjue, he was not the biological son of the Rain Sovereign. He became the divine son with his own strength. If he condensed sovereign qi, wouldn't it mean that he would definitely become the next Rain Sovereign? Although the Rain Sovereign did not say it out loud, he certainly did not want the Rain Palace to fall into the hands of outsiders. Yun Xiaoxiang had yet to return from his travels, and Yun Tianjue seemed to be in the dragon-deciding valley. If it was not Yun Tianjue who condensed the sovereign qi, it was most likely Yun Xiaoxiang. Father, the one who condensed the sovereign qi is certainly not Yun Tianjue. When I fought with him a month ago, his strength had already recovered to the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was extremely strong. However, his attacks were still filled with terrifying baleful qi. It's definitely not the graceful demeanor of a sovereign cultivator. He certainly doesn't have the sovereign qi on him. Yun Jinghong clasped his fists as he spoke. He was also the son of the Rain Emperor. There were still wounds on his face. Surprisingly, they were inflicted by Yun Tianjue's myriad sword style. He was unwilling to see Yun Tianjue become the next divine emperor, so he was trying his best to prove that Yun Tianjue had not condensed the sovereign qi. Although he harbored ill intentions, he did not lie. Yun Tianjue had never condensed sovereign qi before. If it's not Tianju, then it must be Xiaoxiang. The Rain Emperor's expression relaxed. If it was Yun Xiaoxiang, then not only was this not some grievous news, it was instead a good thing. Not me. Just as the Rain Emperor smiled, a cold voice traveled over from outside the palace. It was none other than Yun Xiaoxiang, who had just returned from a long journey. It's not him, his words stunned all the cultivators of the Middle Continent. Could they be the four great void fragmentation realm experts? Impossible. The four great void fragmentation realm experts have special identities, but none of them have the qualifications to comprehend the sovereign qi. Even Chu Chang had only condensed half a trace of the sovereign qi, and it was given to him by the late emperor. Apart from Yun Tianjue and Yun Xiaoxiang, no one else among the six princes possessed the aptitude to condense monarch qi. If it wasn't Yun Tianjue or Yun Xiaoxiang, who could it be? Or could it be that the statue of the Rain Ancestor had malfunctioned and was broken? That phenomenon, was it because something was wrong with the ancestral statue? No one dared to say that the statue of the Rain Ancestor was broken. That was treason. In an instant, a sudden storm swept across the Middle State and even spread to the entire Rain world. Who is the true God Emperor of the human world? Chapter 397. With the Rain Sovereign's token, Ning Fan's figure disappeared from the second floor and returned to the 13th swamp on the first floor. Summoning Yu Chong, he removed the Yin plucking finger's power and pulled her into his embrace, quietly waiting for her to wake up. With a soft moan, Yu Chong, slowly woke up. The first thing she saw was Ning Fan's detestable face. Before she was fully awake, she subconsciously bit Ning Fan's shoulder and mumbled something in her sleep. "Zhou Ming, you bully me. You knocked me out. You're shameless." After scolding him, the little girl closed her eyes and leaned on Ning Fan's shoulder to fall asleep. She even stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Ning Fan's neck as if she was hugging a pillow. Ning Fan instantly felt speechless. This little girl seems to hate me. Moreover, she seems to hate me so much that she can't forget about me. What did she treat Ning Fan as? A bed? A pillow? You can sleep with me and bite me as you please. Yu Chong, I'll give you 3 breaths. Wake up quickly. Ning Fan said indifferently. So noisy, can't you let me sleep? Yu Chong, rubbed her eyes and gradually regained consciousness. When Yu Chong, saw that she was actually curling up in Ning Fan's embrace in an extremely ambiguous manner and had even wrapped her arms around his neck, her face immediately turned as red as blood. "Zhou Ming, you're shameless. You knocked me out and took advantage of me." "I took advantage of you." Ning Fan was so angry that he laughed. This little girl must have a bad memory. She was the one who forcefully kissed him. She was the one who used him as a pillow and refused to get up. Did Ning Fan take advantage of a copper coin from her? Who knows if you did something to me while I was asleep, Yu Chong retorted. Then, she struggled out of Ning Fan's embrace and hid at the side as if she was fleeing. After carefully inspecting his clothes and confirming that there were no signs of him taking them off, he used his divine sense to check his body. Only after confirming that his primordial yin was still present did he heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no signs of Ning Fan sleeping with her. At least Ning Fan still has some humanity left. Ning Fan saw all of her expressions, leaving him speechless. If Ning Fan wants to pluck a divine transformation realm cultivator, does he need to knock them unconscious? You're awake. Alright then, let's go. Where to? Find your brother. You've been unconscious for 9 days. Today is the day you leave. No, I don't dare to go. After hearing Ning Fan's words, Yu Chong immediately felt a lingering fear. She didn't dare to look for her brother. Her impulsiveness had caused Yu Bai and the others to be in danger. She didn't dare to imagine how much her brother would hate her. What are you afraid of? You went to the forest of king beasts to steal medicinal herbs and escaped from the mouths of void refinement realm ferocious beasts. Why? So Yu Chong, are so timid. Don't you dare to go back and accept the punishment for your mistakes. Ning Fan stared at Yu Chong deeply and tried to provoke her. No. I'm not afraid of being punished. I'm just afraid that big brother will hate me. Yu Chong pursed her lips as her face turned slightly pale. She was not afraid of death or punishment. She was only afraid that her big brother would hate her for the rest of his life. You even dared to bite me. Are you afraid that your brother will hate you? Bah, I didn't bite you. So my shoulder was bitten by a dog. You are shameless. Yu Chong retorted. She did not notice that her initial fear had faded a lot after hearing Ning Fan's words. When she thought about it carefully, she realized that she had made a mistake after all. Fortunately, Ning Fan had saved her big brother and the others. At least, she still had a chance to make up for her mistake. She rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Then, she patted her storage pouch and took out a jade pendant. She seemed to be able to determine the direction of Yu Bai and the others with the help of the pendant. Zhou Ming, you're right. I shouldn't be afraid. Even if Big Brother hates me, I still have to go back and apologize to him. Thank you for saving me and protecting me along the way. You should leave the Blood Dragon Pool first. I want to meet up with Big Brother. Yu Chong raised her head. Her fine black hair fluttered in the air and shone brightly. Ning Fan nodded his head. This lady is not a bad person since she is brave enough to admit her mistakes. His previous words were just to test this woman's character. He grabbed Yu Chong's wrist and pulled her into his arms. He did not give her the chance to leave alone. Ning Fan moved his body and dashed towards a certain direction in the 13th swamp. Yu Chong was stunned. At the next moment, she realized that Ning Fan had taken advantage of her again. Let go of me. Where are you bringing me? She resisted with a low voice. However, her struggle was not intense. After all, she had stayed in his arms for more than 10 days. She had long gotten used to it. I'll send you back. With my face, no one will blame you too much. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He moved like a wisp of smoke and flew across the 13th swamp. To the blood demons in the 13th swamp, his chi was a nightmare. Any beast that smelled his chi would prostrate on the ground and shiver in fear. Yu Chong felt a lump in her throat. Judging from Ning Fan's words, he was obviously trying to pressure the other revered elders so that they would no longer pursue Yu Chong's wrongdoings. Yu Chong's heart felt warm and her heart skipped a beat. Other than her mother, her elder brother and her master, Ning Fan was the first person who treated her well. Thank you. Her voice was very soft. Perhaps Ning Fan did not hear it. With Ning Fan's speed, he arrived at the place where Yu Bai and the others were recuperating in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yu Bai and the others had yet to leave. All of this was naturally because Ning Fan had not returned from searching for his younger sister on his behalf. In the 13th swamp, most of the wild beasts were already dead. The 12 revered elders were in seclusion at the same time. Thus, there was basically no danger. In the temporary abode, the 12 of them were busy recuperating. No one was talking to each other. When they sensed the presence of 2 divine transformation realm chi outside the abode, the expressions of all the revered elders changed. They looked like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. If the wild beasts were to attack them, even though they were not afraid, they would inevitably have a tough battle. Fortunately, they soon realized that the 2 chi were very familiar. One of them was Yu Chong, while the other was Ning Fan. Revered Ming is back. The revered elder in hemp robes suddenly stood up with a fiery gaze. The group of them walked out of the abode. When they saw Ning Fan smiling as usual and completely unscathed, the respect in the eyes of the revered elder in hemp robes became even stronger. He had seen Ning Fan enter the 2nd floor with his own eyes. One should know that the 2nd floor was a dangerous place where void refinement realm beasts ran amok. He did not expect that not only was Ning Fan unscathed after entering the 2nd floor, he even saved Yu Chong. This kind of strength was really admirable. However, when their gazes fell upon Yu Chong, the expressions of all the revered elders became a little unnatural. It was all because of Yu Chong that they were trapped in a dangerous place that day. Thus, they naturally hated Yu Chong, to the core. After that day, Ning Fan eliminated all the beasts and went to the 2nd floor alone. As for Yu Bai and the others, they returned to the forest of Beast King and collected a lot of spiritual herbs. In that place, Yu Bai and the others found traces of blood dragon moss, but they realized that it had already been plucked by someone. Immediately, Yu Bai understood the reason behind it. The reason why Yu Chong recklessly went to the forest of Beast King to steal the spiritual herbs was actually because of the blood dragon moss. This blood dragon moss was her only hope to save her mother. If Yu Bai was in her shoes and found out that there were blood dragon moss in this forest, he would also come to steal the spiritual herbs at all costs. He told the other revered elders about Yu Chong's motive. All of them fell silent. As the saying goes, filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Yu Chong was eager to save her mother, but she did not mean to get herself into trouble. Besides, none of them died. As such, their original hatred towards her faded away. However, there was still a sense of blame. If Yu Chong had discussed the matter of stealing the spiritual herbs with everyone and they would have acted together, she certainly would not have caused so much trouble. At the end of the day, Yu Chong was still in the wrong. However, her mistake could still be forgiven. Greetings to revered Ming. The 12 revered elders straightened their backs and cupped their fists towards Ning Fan. Their eyes were filled with respect from the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, they would have already died in the mouth of the king beast. This was a kindness that they could not easily forget. Brother Yu, I've already saved your sister, you don't have to worry anymore. Ning Fan loosened his embrace, allowing the siblings to reunite. Yu Bai's eyes were filled with joy, but when he remembered that Yu Chong had made a mistake, his face immediately turned cold. Yu Chong averted her gaze. However, when she recalled how she had solemnly vowed in front of Ning Fan that she would return and admit her mistake, she no longer cowered. She raised her head and bowed apologetically to the 12 venerated elders. I've implicated all of you in danger. I deserve to die 10,000 times for my crime. Fellow Taoists, if you have any punishment, feel free to state it clearly. Humph. One of the revered elders snorted coldly. It was clear that he was still rather resentful towards Yu Chong. However, just as he let out a snort, he was shocked to see Ning Fan taking a step forward and pulling Yu Chong into his arms. "Give me some face." He didn't explain too much, just a short sentence. However, all of the revered elders on the scene were smart people. When they saw the intimate action between Ning Fan and Yu Chong and heard his words, how could they not understand what he meant? Ning Fan was pleading for Yu Chong. The 12 revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace had to give him face. Even if everyone did not know that the reason why Yu Chong made the mistake was to save her mother, they still had to forgive her for Ning Fan's sake. This matter is written off. The linen-robed old man was the first to speak, and soon after, the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace followed suit. Even the revered elder, who had snorted discontentedly, put away all his discontented emotions and sighed with mixed feelings. It seems like Yu Chong is Ning Fan's woman. He couldn't touch this woman. He couldn't provoke her. Yu Bai was stunned. Ning Fan had helped Yu Chong out of her predicament with just a sentence. He was very grateful for that. However, he never knew that Ning Fan and Yu Chong had such a close relationship. Yu Chong's heart trembled. Once again, she was protected by Ning Fan. She had committed a grave mistake. Even if she could avoid the death penalty, she would not be able to escape punishment. However, all the guilt was erased by Ning Fan's words. "Give me face." What a domineering man. Who would dare to not give him face? Perhaps because her mind was in a mess, Yu Chong, who had always rejected Ning Fan, did not resist his hug this time. None of the revered elders mentioned anything about Yu Chong's mistake. After chatting with Ning Fan for a while, they continued to chat happily and left the blood dragon pool together. Yu Chong curled up in Ning Fan's arms. Looking at Ning Fan's harmless smile, she could not help but feel a little speechless. Today, she had finally witnessed what it meant to eat both the righteous and the evil. He was obviously a devil cultivator who killed without batting an eyelid, but he could still have a pleasant conversation with a group of cultivators from the righteous path. Moreover, he could even make a group of old devils from the righteous path admire him. This was simply too unreasonable. Humph. She curled up in Ning Fan's arms and let out a soft snort in dissatisfaction. Then, her ears turned hot and her face turned red. It was because Ning Fan blew a breath of hot air into her ear mischievously and said in a low voice. "Yu Chong, you owe me one again. I will definitely pay you back." Yu Chong was a little lacking in confidence. She had already given Ning Fan her insect sovereign blood and the heaven-deceiving cloak. It seemed like she did not have any good things to give him anymore. Could it be that I can only repay him with my body? She felt a slight headache. Luckily, Ning Fan did not ask her how she was going to pay him back this time. It made her feel slightly relieved. However, when she thought that she would probably be separated from Ning Fan when she returned to the blood dragon pool, she felt a little disappointed. Yu Chong's soft buttocks were pinched by a large hand that was separated by the silver armor. All of a sudden, Yu Chong's delicate body tensed up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger and embarrassment. The one who pinched her buttocks was obviously Ning Fan. "You're shameless." Humph. Yu Chong was sulking. Her buttocks were touched. It would be strange if she could remain calm. She actually felt sad about parting because of such a shameless and lecherous person. She was really too stupid. When Ning Fan saw Yu Chong revert to the disgusted expression she had when they first met, he smiled and said nothing. "That's good. To void fragmentation realm old monsters, 1 month's time was nothing more than a single session of meditation." Yun Tianjue and Chu Chang'an were both meditating. The difference was that the former was sleeping peacefully while the latter looked a little dejected. "I've lost." Chu Chang'an knew that he was most likely going to lose the bet he had with Yun Tianjue. 21 beast kings and 3 void refinement realm blood demons had died. If all of these were done by Ning Fan, then the amount of dragon blood he had obtained would probably be more than 50 pots. Collecting 50 pots of dragon blood in a month was an absurd task even for half-step void refinement realm cultivators. However, Ning Fan seemed to have done it. He was holding a golden lamp in his hand. Inside the golden lamp, there was a bright yellow flame. It was the 6th grade void flame, the Serene Palace Buddha fire. This flame was the guardian flame of the Serene Heaven Palace. Even when revered Yen came to ask for it, Chu Chang and did not hand it over. Could it be that it would have a new owner today? No. Perhaps I won't lose the bet. Even though that Zhou Ming has killed a lot of people, he might not have killed all 500 divine transformation realm blood demons. Perhaps he only killed the beast kings of the first floor and did not kill the other blood demons. Chu Chang and comforted himself even though he also understood that he was just deceiving himself. 1 month had passed. Rays of traveling light broke through the surface of the water. There were 14 rays of traveling light. All of them were the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace. Of course, there was also Ning Fan. Seeing that even though the divine transformation realm cultivators of his palace were injured, their lives were not in danger, Chu Chang and heaved a sigh of relief. The death rate in the blood dragon pool was still very high. Even though he had purposely teleported all the divine transformation realm cultivators of his palace to the same place, it was inevitable that 1 or 2 of them would die. It would be best if no one died. As for how much dragon blood these people could obtain, it was secondary. Having a life and death experience would greatly benefit everyone's cultivation. Chu Chang was only concerned about how much dragon blood a person had collected. His eyes fell on Ning Fan with hesitation and inquisitiveness. "Little friend, how was your harvest? It should be difficult to collect 50 pots of dragon blood, right?" "It's indeed difficult." Ning Fan nodded and let go of Yu Chong, who was so embarrassed that she wanted to die, ignoring the latter's murderous expression. "Oh. Could it be that little friend hasn't collected 50 pots of dragon blood?" As soon as Chu Chang heard Ning Fan saying that it was difficult, he was overjoyed. Judging from Ning Fan's tone, he probably did not collect enough dragon blood. However, just as his smile rose, he saw Ning Fan patting his storage pouch. Pots of dragon blood immediately appeared on the ground. There were actually more than 100 pots, 117 pots of dragon blood. "You collected all of these within a month?" Chu Chang found it hard to believe. "Fortunately, I didn't fail you." Ning Fan nodded and cupped his fists at Yun Tianjue. Yun Tianjue, who had been meditating with his eyes closed for a month, finally opened his eyes. His cold eyes carried a hint of approval. "You've done well. Elder Chu, you've lost." He stood up and carried the giant sword on his back again. Yun Tianjue's gaze swept across Chu Chang. Of course, Chu Chang knew what he meant. Chu Chang gritted his teeth. His face was filled with pain. He took out a golden lamp. A bright yellow flame was flickering in the lamp. With a flick of his finger, the flame flew out of the golden lamp and drifted towards Yun Tianjue. After losing the Serene Palace Buddha flame, the golden lamp was immediately extinguished. Yun Tianjue flicked his sleeve and a suction force came into his palm. Without even looking at it, he directly threw it to Ning Fan. Together with the flame, there was also a golden token. "You've passed the test. This is your reward." "Reward?" Ning Fan's eyes widened. He caught the golden token and the flame. That golden token was naturally the revered elder golden token that Yun Tianjue promised him. With this token, Ning Fan could freely enter the 800 cultivation countries of the Rain World. It was his reward for passing the test. It was not surprising at all. However, the Serene Palace Buddha flame was not what Yun Tianjue promised him. When Yun Tianjue used his beloved sword to bet Chu Chang's void flame, Ning Fan already had some doubts. Yun Tianjue's divine ability only had the word sword. What was the use of the flame? Using his beloved sword to bet on a useless flame was unreasonable. At this moment, Ning Fan finally understood that Yun Tianjue had probably decided to win the flame and give it to Ning Fan at the beginning of the bet. Why? Ning Fan frowned. He did not like to receive favors from others or owe them favors. After receiving so many benefits from Yun Tianjue for no reason, it was inevitable for him to have doubts. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Yun Tianjue's eyes turned cold. Why would he care whether you want something that he gave you? As a matter of fact, even he himself did not understand why someone as cold as him would have a good impression of Ning Fan and give him a chance. Perhaps it was because Ning Fan's confident smile was very similar to someone. That smile could move Yun Tianjue's cold heart. Who is it? Who is it? Yun Tianjue clenched his fists. One day, he would get his memories back. He abandoned his emotions to cultivate the sword. His memories were erased by the heavenly Tao Samsara. This was the price he had to pay for turning into a devil with a sword. He wanted to get his memories back. In the Rain world, there was only one secret technique that could retrieve the memories that were erased by the heavenly Tao. It was the White Lightning Memory Extinguishing Technique of Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. He had used the immortal trapping sword and even seized many famous swords from the 800 cultivation countries just to head to the Sovereign Tomb to fight against the Thunder Sovereign and seize the White Lightning Technique. I'll give you 1 day to settle the karma of this place. 1 day later, you will return to the Endless Sea. Yun Tianjue did not want to say anything else. He turned around and was about to leave. At the moment he turned around, 2 rays of dazzling golden sound-transmitting flying swords pierced through the air and flew towards him. The sound-transmitting flying swords had a trace of golden qi in the shape of a dragon. It allowed the flying swords to travel a terrifying distance. It was impossible for Ning Fan not to recognize that golden qi. That was, the sovereign qi. Sovereign sound flying swords. Could it be that the Rain Sovereign has sent me an order? Chu Chang'an's expression changed. He thought to himself, what happened in the middle state that made the Rain Sovereign personally send a message to a void fragmentation realm expert? Yun Tianjue's eyes also flickered slightly. He received the flying swords without saying a word. All the content of the message was directly transmitted into the sea of consciousness of the 2 void fragmentation realm experts. As soon as he heard the content of the message, Chu Chang'an's expression changed greatly. Even Yun Tianjue's expression changed. Sovereign Qi. Someone has condensed the sovereign Qi. The Rain world had a new divine sovereign. Someone had used the divine sovereign cultivation technique, Sovereign Rain Primordial Art, to condense a trace of sovereign qi. This matter was of great importance. The Rain Sovereign ordered Yun Tianjue and Chu Chang'an to return to the Rain Palace as soon as possible to investigate this matter. Elder Chu's words made the group of revered elders look at each other in confusion. Only Ning Fan vaguely understood that the matter that shocked the Rain Sovereign, Elder Chu and Yun Tianjue, was related to him condensing the sovereign qi. Moreover, judging from the serious expression of the 2 void fragmentation realm experts, it seemed like it was not a good thing for the Rain Palace. Did I threaten the throne of the Rain Sovereign? If that's the case, once Ning Fan reveals the sovereign qi, he would probably face a great calamity that would shock the world. I must never reveal the sovereign qi. Ning Fan made up his mind. Even if the sovereign qi had the power to suppress void refinement realm experts, he must not use it recklessly. Unless he had the power to protect himself that the Rain Sovereign was afraid of. Otherwise, a disaster would certainly befall him. It seemed like the Rain world would not be peaceful anymore. Chapter 398. Within a day, Ning Fan decided to stay in the Dragon Deciding Valley for the time being. After bidding farewell to Yu Bai and the others, he dismissed the guests and stayed in his room alone. Yu Chong was still full of complaints. Whenever she was free, she would quarrel with Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan was obviously preoccupied and did not pay any attention to her. Outside the room, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Inside the room, Ning Fan sat alone on a cushion with a jade slip in his hand. He was shocked. That jade slip was the information he obtained from Snow Country. Not long after Elder Chu and Yun Tianjue obtained the Sovereign Sound Flying Sword, the news that shook the entire Middle State had spread across the entire country. The ancestral statue had a strange phenomenon. Golden rays of light covered the sky. A new sovereign was born. In the Rain World, many forces had mobilized all their forces to find out the whereabouts of the new sovereign. Some of them were plotting against the new sovereign in order to welcome him. Some of them were preparing to assassinate the new sovereign to please the Rain sovereign. Assassinate, Ning Fan frowned. He just condensed his sovereign qi. He did not have the intention to compete with the Rain sovereign for the throne at all. However, it seemed like the tiger had the intention to harm the man. Things were developing in the direction that Ning Fan was most worried about. The Rain sovereign could not tolerate Ning Fan. If he finds out that Ning Fan had the sovereign qi, he might kill him. Fortunately, Ning Fan had refined the heaven-deceiving cloak. This treasure had the effect of shielding him from heaven's secrets. In addition, the sovereign qi itself could shield him from divination. Ordinary people would not be able to divine Ning Fan's whereabouts. Unless it was an expert who was proficient in divination like Dong Su, who had the blood of a true immortal, he would only be able to divine some clues. Dong Su would not harm Ning Fan. However, he did not know if there were any experts in the Tao of divination like Dong Su in the Rain Palace. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He had to be on guard against this. From today onwards, he must not display his sovereign qi in front of others. Not only that, he also needed to find a way to protect himself as soon as possible to prevent others from divining his whereabouts. After I condensed my sovereign qi, I created a sovereign qi technique which instantly killed a void refinement realm ferocious beast. However, I did not expect that this technique would have to be temporarily sealed after being used once. I have just thought of the name of this technique. It's really a pity that it has to be sealed now. Ning Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. A sovereign qi to suppress an immortal and a sovereign qi to suppress a void refinement realm. This technique was majestic and domineering. However, it could not be shown to others unless Ning Fan had a void fragmentation realm expert to protect him. Yun Tianjue was a member of the Rain Palace after all. Besides, he was not related to Ning Fan at all. Ning Fan was afraid that he would not be able to ask him to protect him. Since Mei Chen was still in the demon sinister forest, it was unlikely that they would be able to invite her. The only person Ning Fan could rely on was probably Luo Yu. I've been too busy with mundane affairs lately. I should help little Yu recover her soul as soon as possible. Without a void fragmentation realm guardian, I can't feel at ease. Ning Fan's mind became more and more restless. He had a feeling that something bad would happen tonight. Ever since he obtained the purple karmic luck, his perception of the heavenly Tao had become even more acute. It was indeed not normal for him to be so uneasy. It was better to help Luo Yu recover as soon as possible. With a thought, Ning Fan's figure gradually faded and reappeared in the profound Yin world. He had obtained many good things on this trip. The Heavenly Frost Cold Chi ranked 3rd, the Divine Cold Soul, a 6th-grade void fire that was stronger than the Earth Vein Demonic Fire, the Serene Palace Buddha Fire, 120 bottles of Dragon Blood, a Divine Transformation Realm Tao Fruit. It was a pity that the Blood Demon was not a real living being. Otherwise, he would have obtained a lot of Tao fruits from this massacre. Ning Fan did not have the time to deal with these good things at the moment. He patted his storage pouch and took out 207 spirit consolidating pills. All of them were concocted in the Lost World Tower. With a flash, he entered the thatched cottage in the profound Yin world. Luo Yu was still sleeping on the bed. Her primordial spirit was still rather illusory. Such a fragile body could not withstand the medicinal power of a fifth revolution pill. If she consumes too many spirit-consolidating pills at once, it would probably damage her primordial spirit. Even though he desired Luo Yu's help, he could not bear to let her get hurt. Ning Fan gradually gave up on the idea of forcefully waking Luo Yu up. He kept most of the spirit-consolidating pills, leaving only 12 of them. He dissolved them with clean water and helped the sleeping Luo Yu into his arms. Then, he carefully fed the medicinal liquid to her cherry lips. Ning Fan was not a despicable person. However, he would not let Luo Yu, his benefactor, get hurt just because of an unknown danger. Bitter, in her sleep, Luo Yu's brows knitted together as if she was unwilling to drink the pill because it was too bitter. Then, she willfully spat out some of it. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a strange expression. This Luo Yu was an expert at the same level as Yuan Yao. She was at least a true immortal realm expert. A dignified true immortal realm expert, yet she behaved like a delicate young lady when she was sleeping. It was really unimaginable. Perhaps, many years ago, Luo Yu was also a young mistress of an aristocratic family. Her 10 fingers did not have to do any dirty work. However, he did not know why such a delicate young mistress would choose to cultivate a shameless cultivation method like the yin-yang transformation. Moreover, she even took the risk to obtain the yin-yang locket's acknowledgement. Cold, Luo Yu's primordial spirit became even more illusory. Her body became even colder. She gently hugged her shoulders and shivered slightly in Ning Fan's arms. Under her snow-white clothes, her fair neck gave off an alluring fragrance. Below her neck, 2 voluptuous mounds could be vaguely seen, a trace of lustful power spread out from Luo Yu's body, nearly bewitching Ning Fan's mind. Ning Fan quickly adjusted his state of mind and no longer dared to peek at her alluring body. Looking at Luo Yu's pure and flawless sleeping face, his heart softened. He took out several types of 10,000-years-old spiritual fruits with a sweet and sour taste and mixed them into the medicinal liquid, making the originally bitter medicinal liquid taste sweet. Drink it. It's not bitter anymore. As if he was coaxing a child, he fed her the medicinal liquid again. After tasting the slightly sweet medicinal liquid, Luo Yu obediently drank it and no longer resisted. Her illusory primordial spirit became more and more solid. Her cold and delicate body gradually regained some warmth. After helping Luo Yu wipe off the medicinal liquid from the corner of her mouth, Ning Fan placed her back on the bed and covered her with a thin blanket. His palm gently caressed her sleeping face. He did not know what he was feeling. This lady had accompanied Ning Fan throughout his journey and they had gone through countless dangers. Without her, Ning Fan would probably have died a few times already. In the past, the weak Ning Fan needed her protection time and time again. Today, Ning Fan could already protect himself and travel freely in the rain world. This time, it was Ning Fan's turn to protect Luo Yu. Rumble, while Ning Fan was taking care of Luo Yu, the earth and mountains in the profound Yin world suddenly shook. Ning Fan was shocked. An extremely uneasy feeling shrouded his heart. Immediately, he rushed out of the thatched cottage and looked at the dusky sky of the profound Yin world. His expression changed greatly. Above the blue dome of heaven, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared. That crack eventually turned into a gigantic pitch-black eyeball. The eyeball had just been formed. It was still empty and had no focus. It could not see Ning Fan's face clearly. Moreover, the chaotic Yin Qi in the profound Yin world made it even harder for the eyeball to see Ning Fan's face clearly. Even so, the eyeball still managed to see Ning Fan's blurry figure. I found you. The new divine sovereign. A cold qi poured down from his head and spread to his entire body. Ning Fan's expression changed greatly. He recognized what this pitch-black eyeball was. The heavenly eye. According to rumors, when the divination technique is cultivated to its peak, one could open the heavenly eye. If the heavenly eye is opened, one could even peek at the heavenly secrets that were concealed by others. Judging from the words of the owner of the heavenly eye, this person was obviously coming for Ning Fan. His goal was to become the new divine sovereign of the rain world. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His intentions are not good. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan gradually realized that even though the pitch-black eyeball was the heavenly eye technique, it seemed to have yet to be cultivated to perfection. The eye was lifeless and he could not see his appearance at all. Judging from the aura force of this pitch-black eyeball, the owner of this technique seemed to be a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. His cultivation base was similar to that of a Dong Su realm cultivator but slightly stronger. Ning Fan's heart sank. It seemed like this mysterious cultivator who used the heavenly eye technique to spy on Ning Fan was a revered elder of the Rain Palace who was proficient in divination. He was probably following the order of the Rain Sovereign to investigate his whereabouts so that he could kill him. Thinking of this, Ning Fan felt even more fortunate. The timing of this mysterious revered elder to spy on Ning Fan was not good. It happened to be when Ning Fan entered the profound Yin world. The profound Yin world was a medium-sized world. Other than ancient chaos, no one had ever entered it before. Since Ning Fan was staying here, the owner of the heavenly eye would certainly not know where Ning Fan came from and where he was. If Ning Fan did not enter the profound Yin world tonight, the owner of the heavenly eye would probably see through Ning Fan in the Dragon Deciding Valley. At that time, even if he could not see Ning Fan's appearance clearly, he would certainly find out Ning Fan's identity through the terrain of the Dragon Deciding Valley. Two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Ning Fan, the new sovereign of the rain world, would probably be killed immediately. The purple luck was indeed not bad. It helped Ning Fan avoid calamity by pursuing good fortune. Just as Ning Fan expected, since the heavenly eye could not see Ning Fan's appearance clearly, it tried to see the surrounding terrain. The owner of the heavenly eye knew the terrain of the rain world like the back of his hand. As long as Ning Fan is in any place in the rain world, he would be able to determine Ning Fan's whereabouts through the terrain. At that time, he would certainly send a few void fragmentation realm experts to assassinate Ning Fan. Unfortunately, this place was the profound Yin world. It was a world that the owner of the heavenly eye had never seen before. A medium-sized world. There's no mistake. This place is a medium-sized world treasure. The owner of the heavenly eye was a little shocked. He could not see Ning Fan's appearance clearly nor could he see his cultivation base. The only thing he could see was Ning Fan's rough figure. He could tell that this place was a medium-sized world. However, he could not imagine what kind of expert would possess a medium-sized world treasure. Even in the Rain Immortal world, the entire world was just a small kiliacosm. This profound Yin world was bigger than the entire Rain Immortal world. Even true immortals might not necessarily have a medium-sized world treasure. Normally, only immortal emperors were qualified to possess such a supreme treasure and use it to control the life and death of a world. Strange. Strange. The owner of the heavenly eye was puzzled. Wasn't the person he wanted to find and kill the new divine sovereign of the Rain Immortal world? Why would he track a mysterious expert who possessed a medium-sized world treasure? Who exactly are you? What are you trying to do to my Rain Immortal world? A cold and old voice resounded from the heavenly eye, interrogating Ning Fan. Ning Fan would not answer. He was not stupid. The owner of the heavenly eye could not see his appearance clearly and could not determine where he was. He might not even be certain that Ning Fan was in the Rain Immortal world. The owner of the heavenly eye did not have any ulterior motives when he asked the question. In fact, he just wanted to find out Ning Fan's voice. With his voice around, it would be much easier to track Ning Fan. Ning Fan was not a fool. Before he destroys the heavenly eye of the owner of the heavenly eye, he would not make a sound. That's right. He wanted to destroy this person's heavenly eye. He wanted to completely destroy this person's immature heavenly eye to prevent any future troubles. It would be troublesome to avoid being spied on by this heavenly eye the next time Ning Fan leaves the profound Yin world. He wanted to destroy this heavenly eye. Moreover, he could not use any of the methods he had used in the past to prevent the owner of the heavenly eye from finding out Ning Fan's identity. He could not use the wind mist finger and the wind snow finger. He could not use the 5 burial dragon techniques and the 3 fire palms. All of his secret techniques and abilities could not be used. However, Ning Fan still had a method that could destroy the heavenly eye without exposing his identity. The immortal subduing technique. The heavenly eye came for the sovereign Qi in the first place. Thus, there was no need for Ning Fan to conceal his sovereign Qi. Using the sovereign Qi to kill the heavenly eye and let the owner of the heavenly eye suffer the consequences of his own actions was the best choice. From today onwards, Ning Fan would never display his sovereign Qi in front of anyone. Who would know that the person whom the Rain Sovereign personally sent to track and assassinate was actually him? Ning Fan took a step in the void. His body shone with golden light and his sovereign Qi soared. As soon as the sovereign Qi appeared, Ning Fan's killing intent locked onto the heavenly eye. In an instant, the heavenly eye was delighted at first. Then, it was filled with shock and anger. It was delighted because it really did not track down the wrong person. The sovereign Qi that Ning Fan condensed was definitely condensed with the help of the sovereign rain primordial art. From the perspective of the heavenly eye, Ning Fan had a great relationship with the Rain Palace after all. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to possess the primordial art that was passed down from generation to generation by the divine sovereigns. The owner of the heavenly eye was even more certain that Ning Fan had ulterior motives and was plotting something against the Rain Palace. However, as soon as this joy appeared, it immediately disappeared. It was because the owner of the heavenly eye discovered to his horror that Ning Fan actually had the intention to destroy his heavenly eye. Jiang Yi wanted to withdraw his heaven eye. However, he was shocked to discover that while it was easy for the heaven eye to enter the profound Yin world, it was impossible for it to leave. He couldn't withdraw his heaven eye. This was not strange at all. This person had used the heavenly eye technique to spy on Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not know about it at all. Thus, he was able to enter the profound Yin world. However, Ning Fan was the lord of the profound Yin world after all. If he controls this world and prevents the heavenly eye from leaving, how could it come and go as it pleases? You can't break my heaven eye. I am the revered elder of the vast heaven palace of the Rain Palace, revered Nether. I'm a close subject of Prince Shaoxiang, the #1 celestial master of the Rain Palace, conferred by the Rain Sovereign himself. You can't shatter my heavenly eye. Otherwise, you will suffer the revenge of the entire Rain world. Ning Fan remained silent, but his lips curved into a sneer. So this person is revered Ming. Ning Fan seemed to have heard of this name in Great Jin before. He remembered that when revered Snow came to Great Jin's aid, it was because revered Ming had predicted that there would be a demon tide in Great Jin. Moreover, it was probably because he had predicted the relationship between Li Ban and the demon world that revered Snow did not dare to kill Li Ban in the end. Revered Ming was the #1 heavenly master of the Rain Palace. He was probably the only expert who could barely condense his heaven eye. In other words, as long as Ning Fan destroys revered Ming's heaven eye, no one would be able to see through Ning Fan's heavenly secrets anymore. That's good enough. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He would not fall into the same trap twice. Revered Ming would not have a second chance to spy on Ning Fan. He pointed his finger. Golden Sovereign Qi soared into the sky and turned into a gigantic golden mountain. Then, it crashed heavily at the heaven eye. The sovereign Qi technique that was powerful enough to kill an early void refinement realm ferocious beast was used to suppress a mere heaven eye. In just an instant, the entire gigantic eye in the sky was blasted into a mist of blood by the Golden Mountain. Seeing that the strange phenomenon of the profound Yin world was gradually disappearing, Ning Fan relaxed his brows. This time, it was really a close call. The Heaven Eye technique was originally a technique that only trigram immortals could cultivate. He did not expect that a mere revered elder of the Rain Palace would actually have such a shocking innate talent in divination. Since this person has such a unique skill, he must be highly valued in the Rain Palace. I wonder if the Rain Sovereign would fly into a rage after Ning Fan destroyed his Heaven Eye. Rain Sovereign. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. For the first time, he hated someone he had never met before. What does it have to do with him that I condense my sovereign chi? Even if I become a sovereign, can't there be two sovereigns in the Rain world? The 3 sovereigns of the Sword world and the 9 sovereigns of the Devil world. Which one of them is the strongest? As for the Rain Sovereign. Come to think of it, the reason why this person suppressed Elder Chu might not be because of his identity as a member of the demon race or because he was afraid of Elder Chu's half-trace of sovereign chi. When that time comes, his position as a sovereign would be shaken. What a jealous and capable Rain Sovereign. One day, I will settle this score with him. In a secret chamber of the Rain Palace of the Middle State, a black-robed old man was sitting on a cushion. His left eye was open while his right eye was closed. His fingertips were moving rapidly as if he was performing divination. Outside the secret chamber, countless experts were standing guard. Among them was even the Rain Sovereign. They were waiting for the black-robed old man to find out who the new sovereign is. If he is not one of them, it would be best to eliminate him as soon as possible. This black-robed old man was the revered elder of the vast Heaven Palace, revered Ming. The sovereign chi of a sovereign can conceal the heavenly secrets. Revered Ming's Heaven Eye has just been awakened and it hasn't stabilized yet. Is it too much to ask him to perform divination on that person now? The Rain Sovereign frowned and felt slightly uneasy. Don't worry, Father. The Dark Lord is my subordinate, and I know his ability. In the Rain world, his divination ability is unparalleled. That mysterious sovereign has just condensed his sovereign chi and it isn't stable yet. He might not be able to completely conceal the heavenly secrets. It shouldn't be difficult for revered Ming to divine his appearance, voice and origin. However, if we find out his identity, I'm afraid Father will have to make a decision as soon as possible. Yun Xiaoxiang reminded. The so-called, make a decision as soon as possible, was naturally to eliminate the dissident as soon as possible to avoid raising a tiger that would cause future trouble. The Rain Sovereign nodded and said no more. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, an earth-shaking and mountain-shaking sound suddenly resounded in the secret chamber. Immediately, an old man's miserable cry was heard. The Rain Sovereign's expression changed. He knew that the divination had a result. However, he felt that the noise was a little too big, so he immediately pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered, his expression changed immediately. He saw revered Ming's left eye open, which was filled with hideous and painful traces of blood. His right eye was completely shattered and black blood was gushing out. The Heaven Eye was shattered. Yun Ming, what exactly happened? Why did your Heaven Eye shatter? Did you see clearly who that person is? The Rain Sovereign was shocked. Revered Ming was his right-hand man. Although he wasn't strong, his divination skill was definitely the best in the Rain world. The shattering of the Heaven Eye was like cutting off one of the Rain Sovereign's arms. It's him, it's him. Revered Ming's expression was filled with fear and resentment. The Heaven Eye was shattered. He secretly swore that he must find other ways to find this person and make him suffer a fate worse than death. It's him. The others might not know who revered Ming was talking about, but only the Rain Sovereign knew. As soon as he heard revered Ming's words, his eyes revealed fear. It's that person. 100,000 years ago, before the previous Rain Sovereign passed away, he had left behind a divination using the life-soul technique. This divination was nurtured in the heavenly fate pool and it possessed unfathomable divination abilities. The current Rain Sovereign had taken out this divination to predict the future of the Rain world. No. He claimed that he was predicting the future of the Rain world, but that was not the case. What he had predicted was whether he could become an immortal in this lifetime. The answer was no. Because the current Rain Sovereign would die and the cause of his death would be the death of an expert who was at the peak of the 9 worlds within 1,000 years. In the divination, the Rain Sovereign only saw the back of that person. Just the back of that person almost shattered his primordial spirit. The Rain Sovereign had predicted that this person's magic power was boundless. He had once made up his mind to find this person. He had once sensed a trace of rain intent from this person's chi. In the deepest part of his chi, there was a trace of rain divine veins. Therefore, the Rain Sovereign thought that this person was the descendant of one of the 7th princes of the Rain Palace. He had once searched for this person among the 800 cultivation countries. At that time, Yun Bushu had gone to Ningfan to find this person. Of course, the Rain Sovereign would not be kind to this person. In the past, the descendants of the divine children that he had found from the 800 cultivation countries were either secretly eliminated or had their immortal veins destroyed, turning them into cripples. Unknowingly, Ningfan had already avoided that calamity a long time ago. It was because of his previous divination that the Rain Sovereign was so nervous about the birth of a sovereign being in the Rain world this time. He had a hunch that the sovereign being born this time was the mysterious expert that he had seen in the divination in the past. This person would kill him, the dignified Rain Sovereign, in the near future. In order to prevent that from happening, he must be one step ahead and eliminate this person. Therefore, revered Ming risked his heavenly eye to find this person. Unfortunately, revered Ming did not manage to see Ningfan's appearance, chi, voice, cultivation base, origin and abilities clearly in the end. The only thing he could see was Ningfan's blurry figure. That figure was exactly the same as the nemesis of the Rain Sovereign's divination. It was definitely the same person. We must find this person. Puff. Revered Ming spurted out blood and fell unconscious on the ground. The Rain Sovereign's mind trembled. His nemesis had finally appeared. Use the power of the 800 cultivation countries to find this person and kill him. The Rain Sovereign's expression turned cold. He casually threw out a jade slip. What was imprinted on it was a blurry figure that looked extremely similar to Ningfan. There is only a blurry back view. How are we going to find this person? Moreover, this person can condense sovereign chi. He is most likely a void fragmentation realm expert. How can we kill him? One of his trusted revered elders said with difficulty. Then, we will kill everyone who looks like this back view. Even if that person is a void fragmentation realm expert, we must also eliminate him. The Rain Sovereign said coldly. Within 1,000 years, he would probably die in the hands of that person. Since it was a matter of life and death, how could the Rain Sovereign be careless? Even if he had to sacrifice everything in the Rain world, he must eliminate this person. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.